All right, and we are live here with me and Drago to kick off a discussion about Christianity and AI. I think this is one of the most important topics coming up concerning ethics, morality, and a handful of other very interesting and very difficult topics that even those who aren't Christians are all thinking about and struggling with. It is a serious question because if we don't begin to think about it, then I think it's only going to cause more problems down the road. And so to start off this conversation, I have with me Drago. Drago, welcome to the stream.
Hey, thanks for having me, Adam. And I know we were just chatting that it's good to be connected in video because for those tuning in, Adam and I have had some great conversations so far around a lot of his scholarly work on Genesis. So this is a new territory for us here, but it's always good to be speaking with you.
Yeah, well, I think this is also on a lot of people's minds for the end times. There's going to be a lot of people talking about this topic concerning, well, how does everything end? Does it have implications? And this subject really sparked for me, not because I was just solo thinking about it completely on my own, but actually I went to a conference, and that was one of the big subjects was AI, Christianity and AI. And there were like 3 or 4 speakers. And so I listened to all the sessions they did on that. And then at the end, they did a panel, right? And they allowed Q&A. And of course, I stood up to ask some questions, and I was very unsatisfied with their answers. I did not find their answers compelling. And I felt like you guys sound like you're 20 years behind the AI conversation. I was really that unhappy. But fortunately, asking those questions did earn me a free dinner. So because some of the other people as well felt like, yeah, they didn't answer your questions at all, did they? Those were really good questions. And those were really unsatisfying answers. And so anyway, some of the guys were like, hey, man, we're going to dinner afterwards. You want to come? And they bought me dinner and everything. So it ended up being really, really fruitful for me anyway.
That sounds amazing. Well, I'm eager to hear the questions, I suppose, to start. And then, what was this conference? I'm also wondering. And lastly, I'll just add that I just went to the Vatican, where we had AI builders and investors and academics. And since the work that I'm doing with AI and spiritual direction at Holy Habits, I was grateful to be part of that conversation, and I'm happy to share what was discussed there. But it sounds like, among Christians, that there's at least a recognition that, hey, we need to be on top of this AI stuff. And so let's meet, let's gather, and let's discuss.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that going around, but I really feel like it should be much more. I mean, the vast majority of people at this point have finally gotten to the point of going like, this is going to be the future. This is inevitable. There's always that moment when something new is introduced and everyone's like, oh, it's a fad. It'll go away. We're probably 100 years, 200 years away from this being a major thing. But today, people are starting to realize like this is a reality, and the developments in AI have skyrocketed. I've even heard some of the other guys who are in the field going, yeah, we did not think we would get to this point so quickly. And then with everything growing exponentially quicker, it is so apparent that there are going to be many, many more developments. And that is, to me, one of the major issues is that I really think that AI will completely exceed everyone's expectations. Well, great example, right? Did you ever watch the Jeopardy thing with Watson?
Where Watson just outperformed like the record Jeopardy people.
Yeah, outperformed all the greatest thinkers, and a lot of people didn't expect that to come.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, right. Or even earlier, now 20 years ago, or even 30 almost. Gary Kasparov and chess. I mean, chess for a long time, has been solved as far as beating humans, AI over humans. But yeah. And then we had Go. We had AlphaGo. That was a big leap, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. And AlphaGo was another really, really great example where at the time, the humans still thought like machines aren't there. like Lisa Dole, this is an awesome documentary. You can watch the documentary of AlphaGo. It's just an absolutely incredible documentary. But Lisa Dole was the champion Go player at the time, and he expected to crush the machine. Like, he expected the machine to maybe win one game or draw a game, but instead it was the other way around.
Huh.
Now, the one thing that I did think was worthwhile was the fact that Lisa Dole did win a game. It was a huge upset at the time.
That's our David and Goliath moment against AI. You know, there's always going to be that spark that maybe we'll have a rebellion or resistance, right?
Well, see, you know what? I don't know if you know, but even since then, with the modern AI bots being so much stronger than human players, there was recently a major development where human actually came and beat a machine like 10-1 or something.
Oh,
9-1. Yeah.
Wow.
And they did use another bot to help analyze something, but they found an error in the machine's algorithm where they're like, oh, if we play this certain way, the machine basically had a blind spot, you know, so that even a modern bot was be able to be defeated.
Hey, there's hope for us all.
So let's start a little bit with this, right? Do you think that AI is a good thing or a bad thing for humanity?
Yeah, so I would, you know what, I would say, I think a great analogy is, and you mentioned the word inevitability earlier in your opening statement, right? The inevitability of the AI and the technology. Well, the analogy could be, well, the biotech industry. So when there was a huge proliferation of innovation around biotech, people were concerned, well, hold on a sec, like let's what are the limits? Like, what about human cloning? I mean, things are going to get really weird. We got to put the brakes on here. And so what happened is that the church issued the guidance saying, hey, look, if biotech, that's all great, but we're not going to cross the line into human cloning. We're just not going to do it. And then countries followed suit and then said, well, yeah, this is illegal. We're not going to do human cloning. And so we kind of were able to ethically impose the constraints of, hey, like, what's good for humanity? What does it mean to be a human? And let's not just let technology go crazy. And so I think the verdict is out, but ideally we'll do the same thing with AI. We're going to set the proper boundaries. I mean, for example, like the people having their AI girlfriends, I think someone killed themselves, a teenage kid, because there was a difficulty with the relationship with the AI girlfriend. And so obviously there's certain things that are clearly bad for humanity, but I think there's great good that can be unlocked with these tools in ways that we never, we could solve problems that weren't solvable before. And how this will play out, I think part of the destiny is in our hands. On the other hand, there are some eschatological views that think that, the AI and the mark of the beast, or the beast, the artifact created by humans, right? So who knows? I mean, I think I'm definitely more concerned than not, but there is a cautious optimism path as well that could be pursued depending if we do it right. Oh, Adam, I think you're muted.
Yeah, I really think that this is a tricky subject. And one of the reasons I think it's tricky is actually because the modern generation doesn't really understand AI. They don't really understand how complex these machines have become. So, for example, I'll give you the question that I asked the panel, and I'll probably talk about this more later as well. But here was my question that I asked the discussion panel. Will it ever get to the point in which we should punish AI systems for doing something wrong? What do you think?
Well, right. Obviously, there are many layers to that question to even comprehend the question of, should we punish AI systems for doing something wrong, right? So we have the should, we have the punish, and we have the wrong, right? And so, for starters, right, does an AI have a concept of a reward system? Now, certainly we can assign numerical values and say, plus 5 points if you do this, minus 5. And so fine, the concept of punishment would be an allocation of of some of that scoring, we could say. Okay, and then well, wrong. Okay, so what is wrong? Now, obviously, as Christians, we would say there's objective moral value, but granted, to codify and quantify that, yeah, I mean, Christians can't even agree on many issues, right? So to come up with the universal standard of right and wrong, that's another question. Now, do we take a weighted average? Do we do it based on some primary function of sense pleasure and pain? So if you cause suffering, that's considered wrong, and just as a starting point. But let's assume, right? Let's assume we could put those objective functions in AI to have a priority system, because AI is not going to assign itself a priority system. It requires the input of us. Otherwise, it'll be a random stochastic inference of the environment. And so should we, to answer your question, let's say if we do impose a framework, ideally we impose the Christian framework on AI, because our audience would say, hey, that's the best moral system. But if not that, we'll have to come up with some objective standards, which, hey, we've done that again with human cloning, right? We can have the secular audience agree with us. What are the non-negotiable pro-human issues? So fine, we institute that. As far as a should, my opinion would be, my default opinion would be yes, of course. But I suppose the risk would be that as soon as you put a strong should function, if the should function goes wrong and then the AI becomes motivated to be tyrannical about pursuing the should, we better make sure that it has the correct should installed in its programming.
Yeah, you actually bring up a lot of the really good issues and parts in there, and that's exactly why I think this question is so. And so, like, for example, to me, you actually laid out a much greater, much more thorough, like, hey, here are a bunch of different issues implied, but there is one part of that I actually don't necessarily agree with you on, and that's the notion that you say that the AI doesn't put the value system in there. And I think that in some models, the AI is the one that assigns the value system, not the humans. So to also join us, we also have Jesse Lucas who's going to be joining us here. So let's get him in on some of this too as well. But this is the part I really want to bug you about, as well as the idea of who assigns the values, because we assume that only the humans assign the values, which was a little bit of my problem with the panel when I had this earlier discussion. So let's see here, Jesse. What's up, Jesse?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good. It's going good. So Jesse is from Basically Biblical. So
Right.
fortunately, you'll have all of the biblical answers for us tonight. So if you can make sure that you get all the verses on AI listed for us,
Yeah.
we'll
Chapter and verse, please. Yeah.
I actually wrote down every single Bible verse that talks about AI earlier today, so we should be good to go.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness. I don't have to do it now.
To chime in really quick on what you guys were just talking about, I was listening, and so I think I may fall a little bit differently than anybody else that ends up hopping on tonight. I personally, I don't think AI will ever actually be artificial intelligence. I think there will be some people that maybe won't be able to see a difference, but I think for people that are experienced with it or know what they're looking at, they will probably be able to tell. And that kind of goes to, I think, the idea of actually creating intelligence is something that we can't do. I think that would have to be something that is exclusively to God. Now I'm open to, I could possibly be wrong with that. And if that does happen, I think I would probably lean more towards what you were saying, Adam, that if it is truly intelligent, if it is truly, able to think like we think and reason like we reason and things like that, then I definitely would say that, I mean, it'll have some type of programming there that it can pull from, but ultimately I think it would be able to kind of make its own choices and set its own moral framework and um, kind of go from there. And then we get into some really crazy stuff. I've seen people say that AI will just keep learning and learning and learning, and eventually it'll just be like, I know everything there is to know, and it'll just shut itself down because there's no point in going forward anymore. Or AI looks at all the evidence and is like, God is real, and like this. And so there's a bunch of different offshoots you can go from there. But.
No, there is. And so I want to ping off of a couple of those things because they fit into the conversation I was just having with Drago. And that one of them is it has to do with intelligence as well, right? What is intelligence? And yeah, what's the difference between like a bot actually? And so, for example, Drago said that, well, yeah, we would input the shoulds, right? The morals of the system. Now, here's where I would look to push back a little bit. So, for example, we were just talking about AlphaGo, AlphaZero, the chess engine, the shogi bots, the ones that learned how to play these games. And this is where I was very disappointed with the other Christians' answers concerning this topic. They say that, well, simple, like whatever we program in the bot, that's what it's going to do, right? That's what they say. They say that whatever we program into the AI engine, that's what determines its functions and all of those things. So there really is any conversation about, okay, what do we do about it? Or how do we mix and match? How do we do all these things? Okay. But how do those engines learn to play chess? For instance, AlphaZero. So the engine is simply given, here are the parameters, and then it plays itself. And this was a great example was I went to go look up, okay, how did they do that? They did not tell the computer, hey, the queen is worth 9 points, a rook is worth 5 points, a pawn is worth 1. The AI assigns its own value by its own experience of playing itself. So as it determines, okay, this is what I won with, this is what I lost, it assesses the value of those pieces on its own. Humans never told the AI this is the value of the pieces.
Yeah, and I do think we see that in some other areas with the AI as well. As far like I know with early on, and I'm decently well versed with this. I actually I don't work with this directly with my day job, but I do a lot of like my job has a chat GPT that we work with some things. But so I've kind of got thrown into the fray on it a little bit, and I know just learning about how how it actually went through the process of learning things. With air quotes there, it was kind of as an example, it would say, okay, you need to identify a horse, and so it would be given thousands of pictures of horses or thousands of pictures, hundreds of thousands of pictures, and it would say, okay, this is a horse, this is not a horse, and it would kind of just see like, which is hard to imagine a computer doing that with a picture, but actually be able to identify like similarities in the image and things like that. But it did a ton of the learning up front without necessarily being told like having to spit out an image and say yes this is or no this isn't. But I do think too, and this kind of maybe ties in a little bit politically as well, there is definitely, at least with the AI we have now, there's definitely, you see the programming that was put in on the backside. If you know kind of where to press, you can see it pretty clearly. So just as an example, I love theology and I love politics as well. And so I got in, it was somewhat early on with chat GPT. And so I started asking some political questions, specifically on like some policy and things like that. And so I asked about, I asked chat GPT if it was racist, and it said no, it's a computer, it doesn't. And so I asked if white people can be racist, and they gave me an answer. It said yes, they can. Racist, discriminating from one race based on their race and all this. And then I asked the same, but I reversed the race, and it said no, they can't. And so then I pushed it. I'm like, well, your answer there, and it kind of went back and forth with me a little bit, but I ended up getting it to say like, okay, yes, there are issues with my how I've been programmed, and you know, so I think as long as we have now, if it gets to where it is actually able to identify its own programming, and that gets into this whole idea of is it actually intelligence and stuff, then we can get to where you know, maybe it's able to make some of those decisions and things on its own. But like I said, I personally think it's going to be kind of limited as a tool. It'll fool people. You know, my grandparents see images and stuff all the time that are AI generated, and they think 100% this is real. Or you know, they'll send me something, a video of a politician like robbing a house or something, and they sent it to me, and they're like, "Do you know if this is real?" And I could tell like right off the bat, like this is AI generated. This isn't legitimate. But there's going to be people that won't be able to see stuff like that. So.
Adam, can I respond to your point about the should and the goals?
Yeah, I want to hear. I want to hear.
Yep. So I would say, look, even in the chess example, right? Fine, the AI is assigning piece value, but the point is it needs an orientation for a maximization function. So in this case, it knows that to win chess, you need to do checkmate on the king. Like there's a way to rank and measure what's a better outcome versus a worse outcome. So that's what I mean is that it fundamentally needs that, you know, inception of what is good outcome versus bad, because intrinsically there's no sense of sell or wants. Like AI doesn't desire anything. It can't desire. But, you know, if you tell it, well, you know, human life is good and more human life is better than not, or vice versa, right? You could tell it the opposite, you know, better to have less human life, or all species are equal. It doesn't matter if it's a cockroach or a human, it's all equal in life, right? Like those are the axiomatic assumptions that have to be installed. There's nothing to figure out. Now, what we could say, we could differentiate between a direct instruction of the goal. So say, hey, AI, this is the goal. This is your task. Win the chess game, you go, write the essay, solve world hunger, right? Whatever it is. Or maybe there's an indirect inference based on the design. So perhaps rather than me saying it, because I create an environment, there's a house, there's a city. We by studying the architecture of the environment, there's implicit design, and every design has implicit teleology and purpose. And so you can make the case that AI walking around with computer vision can somehow infer the teleology and the intrinsic purpose that either humans assigned to the man-made structures or that God assigned into nature. By studying the tree, maybe the AI can infer purpose, because if I look at the flowers and the waterfall and the mountains, I will infer God's purpose somehow, right? I mean, you could maybe make that kind of case, but either way, it needs a reference point for positive value and negative value, and there's no reference point for it to assign itself, unless, you know, we just go with some randomness. But you know, and this is kind of the is-ought problem with the materialists, right? It's the same thing. You how do you cross from the is to the ought? You kind of need an authority to assign you the ought, just like God assigns to us the ought by virtue of creating us in his image.
But see, that's why it depends on how broad the AI's objective is. So for example, you listed the chess example, and I actually think the chess example is really, really good, because right now that's a very limited scope. But when we give an AI an objective, protect humanity, like this is always exactly what goes wrong in all the movie scenarios, protect humanity. And then the AI says, okay, I will. But then it begins to assign values based on that goal. And it says, yeah, you know what the obstacle is? Humanity. Humanity is the barrier. They are the problem. And so they assign humanity as the lower value because they are that which is destroying humanity. And so in order to protect humanity, I must destroy humanity.
Yeah.
So that's to me one of the issues, right? Is that when the AI is learning as a chess engine, well, what does it do? Well, it learns, oh, I can sacrifice my queen, I can sacrifice my rook, whatever it is to achieve the end goal. But that may not look like what humans want it to look like.
Sure. And yeah, before throwing it back to Jesse, I'll just add, I think that's just an issue of specificity, right? If the formulation is protect humanity, well, that's a lot of interpretation, right? I mean, what does it mean to protect? What means can I use, right? How many lives can I sacrifice for the greater goal? Like, but if there is a constraint of what's a legitimate means, how do you not only protect human longevity, but also quality, also spiritual nourishment, the soul connection with God? And, arguably, right, these things are not, will they ever be quantifiable? So, and I'm not saying we're going to have the answer, but to your point, I think the critique comes from, if it's an ambiguous goal, then sure, AI can take it in 50 directions, right? I mean, protect humanity. Well, maybe we have to kill humanity to do it, right? But, if you get more specific with the objective function, perhaps we can have some control, but maybe there's always going to be that little off ramp where the AI is going to say humans are in the way. Humans are in the way. But
so I think it's interesting as you're talking, I see this. This is why I think this is important, like topics like this for Christians to discuss, and not just not trying to downplay studying your Bible and discussing theology and things like that. But I think reaching out and touching some other things are equally as important, because even as you were going through and listing some of these issues, we've talked about I mean, kind of honestly, morality with this, and where does that come from? Like, is the AI going to figure it out on its own, or is it going to be preloaded in there? And if it is preloaded in there, can it decide it has its own different set of morals? Well, I mean, you see that in people debating, like I can't remember his name. He was debating Sam Harris, but talking about, like, human morality, is that like really a thing, or is it just like, hey, we live in society and we've seen that it's typically bad for society if one person harms another person, so we just like evolved this idea of a moral compass and things like that. I think it reaches out and touches there. I think there's other as well. You talked about, like, if we give it the directive of protect humanity or save humanity, and then it starts going down these kind of rabbit trails, like, okay, you want to save humanity, well, then it starts looking at like quality of life, and that's something I've seen. There's even some states now that have it on their ballot as far as assisted self-harm type stuff, trying to get around the censors for you, but things like that. And as a Christian, we can look at that and say that, really, I mean, first of all, as long as there's air in your lungs, God can still do something with you. There can still be a purpose there. There can still be something that you can do. But also, even going through bad stuff here in this life can have an eternal benefit. And there is something about persevering through stuff like that. And it's not just necessarily a, hey, my life isn't really what I want it to be right now, or hey, I have this really, really tough thing I'm going through right now, so it'd just be better off if I wasn't here. Like, that whole idea is completely foreign, I think, to an actual biblical worldview. And so, just talking through this, there's a lot of different issues that really come into this whole idea of AI. And so I think that as we are discussing this, and just as Christians continue to discuss this, I think this could actually bring up a lot of other issues that we can kind of tie back to a biblical worldview. But yeah, I don't know where else I was going to go with that. I was setting up something else and I completely lost it.
Here's the part where I think is a really, really big issue, is that Drago is talking about, yeah, when we get to the exact points of like, okay, what should we do? What should we not do? But if we have a certain broad enough scope for an AI system, and we give it a general goal, the problem is that at some point the AI will know more than any single human individual on the planet, right? And if we're looking at what it's doing, how can we assign or tell it that it is right or wrong when there is no human that will actually know more than it does? Like, to me, this is the very question and issue that we have with God, right? This is the atheist objection, right? The atheist objection is, well, God's wrong. God's wrong. And the Christian response is, God knows more than you do. How do you know that God is wrong?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that's an excellent question that just kind of points to Connor. What's up? Connor has entered the arena.
What's up? How we doing?
Hey, man, Adam just
Good to
asked
see
a
you,
great
Connor.
question. Yeah. So Adam was just saying how, with AI, let's say being smarter than humans at a certain point, from what standpoint could humans judge an AI's action to be bad or you had the wrong course of action, because presumably the AI would already know your opinion and know something better than that. I think then we have to appeal, because it's a great question, what it means to know things and what it means to be human. So right, we have intelligence, and we could talk about basic operations of logic and mathematics and inference and deduction, fine. But then I suppose, we talk about the interior senses, the interior reality of the heart, the intuition, the spiritual connection, which is okay, how do you want to define those things? But, I have to think that, well, let me say this way too. I think an AI could exceed us in terms of the data it has access to. So maybe one AI system has access to 1 trillion data points, whereas my brain doesn't have access to that data. But the actual depth of logical exercise, I don't think, I think humans will, it's not that AI can outperform access to basic operations of logic. AI is just going to have exabytes and exabytes of data. But as far as going toe to toe on a philosophical level, there's a certain limit. Like, it's not like an infinite ladder of knowledge. Like, even the best philosophers and minds of humanity, like, we already see how you just hit the curtain of consciousness where subject and object are separated. And so I'm not really concerned about being outsmarted by AI in terms of logical execution. I am concerned about data access and aggregation of inputs, where the AI is going to know what's happening everywhere, and be able to consolidate the data in some weighted average function, better than humans, perhaps.
Yeah, I actually was thinking the same thing. So I think, and Adam kind of set this up, as a Christian talking to an atheist. An atheist may say, God is wrong or God is evil or whatever, and our response could be, well, no, God knows more than we do, and so you could kind of say the same thing as the AI. But I think the big difference is the kind of what you were just saying. The AI will have access to, virtually all of human knowledge, but the AI is still going to be limited to human knowledge. Now, the AI may be able to look at data that has been collected by humans. I think in the medical field, maybe it can make a connection between, hey, if 98% of the people that have this type of rare blood cancer also have this thing. And so maybe it'll be able to pinpoint that, and that'll be something that we can look for going forward. Maybe that's a connection that's not been made by humans yet, but that's still a data point that is there, and it's still kind of bound to what we can know. And I don't know that if it will ever grow past it. I think again that kind of ties into the whole idea: is it going to be actual intelligence of its own? Is that something that humans can create? And like I said, personally, I don't think that's going to be the case.
So we're debating whether or not we can actually debate with an AI on moral issues. Is that it? Is it the moral reasoning of the AI that we're talking about?
Let me frame a scenario that I've actually thought would be a really good movie idea, and it will tie into exactly what we were just talking about. So this to me is the interesting scenario. Let's imagine that we have kind of your almost standard movie, right? Where we have an AI bot that we create and it's super, super powerful. And we set it up and it is doing everything we want, right? Life is great. Humanity is thriving. It is saving lives. It's protecting people. And life is really, really, really good, right? And then, of course, what happens? Well, then the AI starts doing things that we're like, oh no, it's totally gone wrong, right? Now it's locking people up. Now it's doing these bad things, right? So then as humans, we have to interject ourselves. We got to jump in there and stop the AI. And so ultimately humanity wages this war against the AI. And finally, by the end of the movie, they defeat the AI, right? We shut it down, we destroy it so that it no longer does all this other stuff. And then shortly after finally destroying the AI, humanity finally can see, oh, it was preventing this worse phenomenon. And now all of humanity is truly doomed. You see, it could see beyond what any human could see. And it was actually preventing human extinction. And now we're doomed because we intervened where the AI knew more than we did. And so to me, that's the issue, is that at some point, AI engines may be powerful enough in which it may make decisions that we cannot understand because it actually has more information. And in fact, it has such vast information and knowledge that it could never even explain it to one individual, because one individual couldn't even comprehend the butterfly effect that each decision would actually have. And so in that scenario, if an AI engine is quote unquote that strong, would it reach a point at which no human could even judge the morality of the AI system?
That's interesting. You know, you're framing it like the AI in this scenario is actually good, right? I think most people would frame it the other way. They're worried about the AI being bad. It to some level, and you know, I don't claim to be a theologian, but I think you're going to reach a point where it's the natural theology versus special revelation debate. Can everything be proven? Moral questions, can these all be decided rationally? If we had access to all material information, would we still be able to come to perfect conclusions? And you know, I don't think that in and of itself is necessarily proven alone. So I think we have been given an innate sense of right and wrong that can't be explained rationally. I think we have to be able to tell the machines. I don't think just necessarily because the machines have access to more information than us, they're necessarily going to have better moral decisions.
Well, let's say, so I'm just gonna go with Adam's scenario here, where let's say we have complete 100% overlap in values where the AI has the same values that we do. And merely it's just like a parent-child relationship where the parent can see the consequences farther than the child can. And so the child doesn't understand why the parent made that decision. So in this case, can the AI make a decision that we don't understand? And to what extent should we trust its judgment? I will say, yeah, I think the theological component comes here as well. When Christ, and this is the Catholic hat, sorry guys. When Christ promised to create the visible church that the gates of hell wouldn't prevail against, with the spirit that would guide it unto truth, meaning, you know, taking a step back, the virtue of prudence, right? We can all sit here and agree on the general moral principles. We can have a complete unified agreement. Prudence is taking the general principle and applying it to the particulars. I'm in a specific situation with my family. I'm in a specific situation at work. how do I take these principles Christ has taught me and apply them? That's prudence. So in this case, AI is going to be exercising prudence in the particulars of the situation of humanity and applying these principles. Do we trust the prudence of AI or not? Well, again, the church is still going to be around. And so in this case, does our knowledge of access with prayer, direct communication with God via the Holy Spirit, and let's say as affirmed by authoritative church, because we know the individual believers can say, well, the Holy Spirit told me X, and the other Christian believers are going to say, well, the Holy Spirit told me Y. But, if we have the appeal to the authoritative visible presence of the church, maybe that's going to be the last bastion of, here's why you should trust the church and not the AI, even though the AI is smarter with all this data, because we have the Holy Spirit, we have the direct communication with God to help us discern prudence in the particulars and discern his will in the modern age. This is why we know contraception is wrong, even though contraception didn't necessarily exist, pornography, these things didn't exist 2,000 years ago, but it's because the church clarifies the moral stance for the modern age.
Yeah, but
go ahead.
Go ahead, Connor.
Well, I was just going to say then, in your scenario, Adam, what's interesting is you're almost framing it like the AI becomes, in a way, God, and it can't condescend to us to explain itself. And I think the real question then is that possible that the AI, particularly on the lines of moral reasoning, supersedes us, like, as the image of God? Does the AI have some sense of the imago Dei? That I feel like that's the only way you could put the AI above humanity in that sense. Otherwise, it's always going to be subservient to our moral reasoning.
Well, but part of the issue is exactly this notion of, okay, if you had all of the information, the AI, perhaps, you would make this choice. But the issue is no individual human has that information. And we could actually get to the point in which no human could have that information. In other words, because part of the notion is the AIs are becoming more powerful so that it can do more computing that humans cannot do. And so therefore it could reach a point in which the knowledge that it has is incomprehensible. In other words, it is not possible for you to understand or maintain all of that knowledge. And so that's, to me, one of the huge moral conundrums, is that as you develop and grow, at what point does an AI say, this is the correct decision? And could you responsibly say, no, that's the wrong decision? Like, if the AI is stronger than you, you're relying on it as a tool, and it says, hey, this is the right decision. But all of your moral intuitions on the inside are going like, that doesn't sound like the right decision.
Yeah. And Paul, just jumping in here, because I'm going to have to hop off and leave y'all to wrestle with this. My only contribution to framing is, maybe, Adam, like the strongest, most specific formulation of your objection might specifically be with utilitarian questions, right? Where, I need to sacrifice 1 million people to save 1 billion people. Like, maybe like that's the real tension, but, and so maybe it's specifically, should AI be allowed to think in utilitarian purposes? Maybe that's all a machine can do, perhaps. Or if you artificially just set the goalposts where even just sacrificing one innocent person is not justifiable to achieve a greater good. And so maybe that's the real tension in your question is how comfortable would we be with a utilitarian type of implementation? But anyway, thanks for having me. Sorry I have to hop off early, but we'll look forward to hear what you guys discuss.
Yeah. Thanks for coming, Drago.
Thanks.
So now, unfortunately, Drago is going to be going since he was the Catholic force here. But one of the questions I had for Christianity is also the question of, because he mentions like, oh, well, the church is directing us. The church is directing us. So what role should we allow AI to play in the church, right? I mean, is it okay to have sermons produced by AI? Bible lessons?
Yeah. Have you interacted with Pulpit AI at all? Are you familiar with this project?
No, I haven't.
You haven't? Okay.
I know that people have been talking about this has been one of the things that have been used, but I haven't seen it.
No. Okay. Well, that's surprising. Yeah. Michael Whittle is the CEO founder of it. Great guy. I know him personally. I mean, I think he's a great guy. But yeah, when they announced the project, I mean, it caused an uproar on Twitter. Now, to be fair, when they launched it, it did sound like it was a AI sermon writer, but that was never the intention for the product. I mean, could you go on ChatGPT and ask it to write a sermon? Sure. But this particular AI product is designed to take a sermon that's already been prepared, that's been either delivered. You can upload audio of your sermon, or the written document, and it produces content for it, like devotionals through the week, or it'll cut up the best shorts from the sermon so you can put those out on YouTube, that kind of thing. So it's designed to be an aid for a pastor that already has a prepared sermon. But it does ask questions like, how can we use AI responsibly in the church? And there's definitely a lot of fears there. I recognize that a lot, and that kind of guides a lot of what I do in this space. I think it's important that Christians do engage with the technology. I think it is irresponsible to allow the technology to push it to the outside the church, and those people mess with the AI, and we're trying to, I guess, protect kind of our peer church services or whatever. I think that's a mistake for Christians to not engage with the technology. But I don't think it would be wise to ask ChatGPT to prepare a sermon. I don't think any more than I think it would be wise to just Google a sermon and use that for your church. I think a pastor has a responsibility to prepare something that's for that congregation. That being said, I actually have talked to a pastor that he uses ChatGPT to grade his sermons before he delivers them. So he actually asked in the prompt, he asked it because, I don't know, he's a seminary grad, right? He asked the AI to provide him whatever the seminary grading format is, so he can review it and then finalize it before he delivers. Is that wrong? I don't think that's wrong.
I think I'd land probably somewhere in similar spot to where you're saying. I think it would be as unwise if a Christian were to say, I can't use AI, I don't trust it, like I just not having anything to do with it. I think that would be as unwise as a Christian saying, I can't use the computer, I don't trust it, I don't want to have anything to do with it. I think it's a tool, and I think, like any other tools, it can be used to achieve good ends. It can also be used to achieve bad ends. As far as my dad's a senior pastor, and he actually, when ChatGPT first started taking off, he did something similar. Like, he didn't preach the sermon, but he just wanted to see what it would do, and so he gave it like a prompt, like, give me a 3-point sermon on X topic or whatever. And he told it, pull up scripture references and all this, and it populated one. And he said, like, honestly, he's like, it wasn't bad. He said, I would, if I were to use it, I would tweak it a little bit, but he said, I still, like, I don't feel like that's any better than go and find a pastor on YouTube or something and just rip a sermon that he preached word for word and preach it in your own church. I've done some similar to the grading kind of that you mentioned. I have on some videos I've done where I have a lot of notes. I'm currently going through on my channel a series on the fruit of the spirit, and so on those I have a lot of notes. My notes are kind of bullet point, and so I'll actually plug those in to a chat GPT or something like that, and just ask it, like, does the flow seem to go well? Like, is it actually making sense? Is it too choppy? Am I is there something I'm overlooking, or something like not logically consistent, like things like that, and get feedback there. I've used it with other stuff too, like even with outside of church stuff, but with work. typing up reports on things. I'll plug it into there and ask for thoughts on that. But I think the main point there, I agree. I think it is unwise for Christians to just say like, nope, we're not doing anything with this and leave it alone, because I think that there are going to be a lot of areas that could be impacted for the positive for the kingdom that won't be if we just completely ignore something new that's here that's in our lap. We need to be careful with it and not abuse it and not do things for wrong ends. But I do think it would be unwise for us to not even consider doing anything with it.
I think that's one of the real big issues is going to be about, I guess I'll put it this way. Some people have said like maturity of a culture, humanity. See, like the bigger the tool, the kind of more maturity we have to have. And I feel like this is one of the really interesting avenues is that today, of course, the issue is more and more people have more power at their fingertips than ever before. I mean, today, the amount of information, ability, and power I have at my fingertips is unbelievably vast. Like it was vast when we had Google, but now with the AI bot, I can ask it virtually any basic question, any question about any encyclopedic question, and it will give me the answer in seconds. And yeah, I can get it to write a better poem than some of the most incredible poems, in just 5 seconds, right? It's like, hey, write me a poem about me and my woman and why we're amazing and how we took a trip to Niagara Falls or something, right? And it'll just boom, spit it out, right? And yeah, you can talk about that concerning these issues for churches and all of those things. And yeah, what happens if an AI system writes an evangelical program like, hey, help me witness to my community. Here's where I live. This is the demographic. This is what it's like. And it spits out an entire program for evangelism. And what happens when you decide to go out, use that program, and a whole bunch of people get saved, right? So then what's your end thought or result is, well, wow, that's really, really good. So is the AI the one who, does stuff? Or if an AI, you just programmed it, hey, I want you to evangelize to people, completely unfettered, zero access, where you're hands off, and you just set it out as a social media bot, and it brings lots of people to Christ. How do you evaluate that?
I do think that AI, and I'm not too, I don't love this phrase. People say, oh, it's just a tool, whatever. It's obviously more than a tool. Obviously, our tools do have an ability to shape us in a way. But AI right now is very much in a beginning stage, and it's a tool. It's a computer program. It's a word calculator. So I think it's somewhat of a mistake for Christians to think that it's godlike right now. It can develop much greater intelligence in the future, and we can kind of philosophize and imagine what kind of the future of these technologies could be. But in this stage, you're not doing a whole lot more than what you were doing with Google. Is it more powerful? Sure, but it's not that great of a leap. So, I would just tell Christians that in the same way that you use Google and you have to analyze the information that you're receiving, and you have to kind of weigh the quality of it, and then you have to apply it to your particular context and your circumstance. You have to do the same thing with AI. And I think people largely, we tend to think people are stupider than they are. I think people kind of have an innate ability to realize that.
Connor, you're on social media, right?
Hey, I am, but I think that I just think it's silly. I think we kind of like infantilize, especially like fellow Christians. Like we think, oh, if they use this, they're actually going to think that they're like interacting with something that's intelligent. And then it's like, okay, maybe you can find, and you have media sources that are going to, put these kind of fringe cases where somebody went down this crazy rabbit hole in front of you, but that's not the normal experience. We know we're working with a machine. We know we're working with a computer, electrical bits. So I'm less,
okay,
I'm just less apt to be concerned about it.
You're way less pessimistic. Good for you.
I'm way less pessimistic. Sure.
I'm a little pessimistic, but I mean, I don't know if it's happened yet or how long it will be before the first AI human wedding, right? I mean, that is no joke.
That's
But
a point I was
how many
gonna.
people do you think are going to get married to an AI? Like, what percentage of the population? We're
Hundreds.
talking like
It'll be
0.000.
relatively low. Well, I mean,
Yeah,
but
people today
well, I mean,
try to get married to their cars, but I mean, what percentage of the population is this? It's like, you know, we kind of, it's a mistake, I think, to just parade kind of the unfortunate, you know, mental cases in the population as
okay,
like the average.
but look, the LGBTQ community is a small percentage of the population, right? But they are impacting all of us.
Well, I think
So I
it
just
only
see this
takes.
as similar.
I think if you look throughout history, movements and stuff like this, it only takes 5, maybe 10% total to kind of steer the whole ship in a different direction. I do think. I think generally I would agree with what you're saying there at the end, Connor, as far as most people are smarter than we give them credit for. And I think if people are interacting with a chat bot on their computer or their phone or something like that, I think there's not a huge percentage of people that would be sucked into thinking like, hey, this is real. I think there are going to be a maybe slightly bigger percentage of people that they know it's not real, but they still have trouble disassociating between that and their actual reality. I do think, and I think this would be really, really, really far away. But at the speed that AI is advancing, I don't know, who knows? I've heard people talk about, you know, a distant future where maybe there are robots that are walking around that look like real humans, like they're virtually no difference between the two, and they have AI, and it's hard to tell because they sound like a human, and you know, it is it going to be something where you can just walk up to anything that you see walking down the sidewalk, and if you are 80% sure that it's an AI robot, you can drop kick it without having any charges or anything like that. Or, you know, what happens, you know, you talk about the people marrying AI or marrying a robot. I think there will be a small amount of people that would willingly do that. I think if it does, and this again, I'm kind of getting out of what I think it's actually going to end up being, but if it does get to the point where it can actually think for itself and it is not bound by just what it's been coded to say and do and think, um, what happens if you marry somebody and then you find out 3 years down the road, like this wasn't actually a person? And so
Yeah.
there's just there is so much I think that is still we don't know. I even heard somebody say, it was on X. I saw a post. They made a comment about self-driving cars. And they said that anybody that is under the age of 5 right now, they don't think they will ever learn how to drive a car. And the reason is because self-driving cars have advanced so much that most people that haven't experienced it or haven't actually like in like an up-to-date car doing this, um, they have no idea what the capabilities are of what a self-driving car can do. And I think there's a lot of stuff like that too. You know, I brought up family members and stuff that I have that are people that I know that they can see a video or a photo online and have no idea. They think it's 100% true, and then they may send it to me and like, hey, did you know this, or can you believe this? And I have a decent amount more experience dealing with AI stuff, and I can kind of spot it a little bit better. Still not perfect, but I can kind of look for some of the things that I noticed. I'm like, no, this isn't true, and I'll show them. You know, look here, like the hand is like, you can tell this hand is like really like deformed, like they have like 7 fingers here and stuff. And but it's hard to say for a lot of this because I don't think we have a realistic idea of where it's actually going to be in 5 years, in 3 years, even. I think it's really, we are trying to kind of war game out where it's going to end up going. And a lot of it, 90% of it, I think is just pure speculation that it's going to keep going at the same rate. It's going to keep going the way that we're guiding it to go. It's going to be limited by this, or it's not going to be limited by this.
So
But
I
go ahead.
I really want to comment on a couple of these parts.
Yeah.
So one, concerning this part now, I want to address the marriage issue again, because I think that's huge, super huge. But concerning these things, exactly like you're talking about right now, you can tell the difference and you know better. And this is one of the only perks that I have right now as well, is that, you know what, I use ChatGPT. It's an amazing tool. It's awesome. But sometimes it lies to me. I know it's a little bit strong language, but it doesn't tell me the correct information. And the only reason that I know that it's wrong is because I have more information than the bot does on occasions, right? So, I give it a prompt and it gives me like, oh yeah, this is it. Da, 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 da. And I'm like, wait a minute. I don't think that's correct. And I double checked myself. I messaged a friend. I said, hey, I knew somebody who knew about this topic. And I was like, hey, this is what it is, right? And he's like, yeah, yeah. And then I re-enter and say like, hey, that's wrong, right? And then it corrects itself, right? So it's like, okay, cool. I know right now. But in 20 years, children who have grown up with this bot, who has always known more than they did, won't question it. And yeah, in areas that I don't know about, when the bot gives me an answer, I assume it's correct. What else am I going to do? Right? That's why I'm using it. So I think that is a major, major issue. But going back to this marriage issue, this is the part that I think that has not been that thought through. So like, for example, let's imagine somebody marries an AI and it's like, okay, cool. They're married. Big deal. They're weird. They're wackos. Who cares if one individual marries another AI? Well, I think it could very much affect the rest of society, because if they get married, that AI then has all of the assumed rights of a marital partner, including parental rights, including financial rights, property rights. Won't they be the ones on the deed to the property? Can't they then make financial decisions? Couldn't they be the ones to make stock transactions, 401k transactions, voting rights? Don't they have to be able to vote then as well? Isn't it the AI's right to vote in our elections if it's married to another individual? It seems like we're assuming a lot of other rights that, again, my point is, I don't think a lot of Christians have thought about that. They've thought, okay, who cares if an AI marries an individual? That's just one other wacko. Okay, but let's just say you had 100 people that all had financial transactions, financial rights, the right to operate cars, take out loans, and all of those things. To me, that could vastly impact our society.
First, I think maybe not that specific scenario. That's a very interesting scenario you came up with there, Adam. But I do think that Christians, by and large, fall on your side of being very fearful and suspicious of AI. So I really think things are pretty weighted towards, and I appreciate that you're not, you're not entirely rejecting. I accepted there's some nuance there, but I do think that Christians are generally fearful of the technology. I think that's personally, I think that's more of a problem. Okay, let's address this issue. If an AI gets married, but how do our marriage laws work now? You can't get married to a non-human being. You can't get married to an animal. You could raise the same issues, with.
I do think, to butt in there, I do think I have seen some instances. I believe it was New York State where somebody legally married themselves. And I have seen no specifics are coming to mind, but I do believe I've seen some other instances where someone has, maybe it wasn't legally, but they have gone through the process and tried to marry a tree or their car or something like that. I do know for sure the one, it was a legally binding marriage in the state that they were residing in, which I believe was New York, and they legally married themselves.
So that's an issue with the laws in that state, though. You know, I
Yeah.
mean, that's not broadly marriage. Marriage has been very difficult to change. I mean, socially, I mean, gay marriage is a very recent innovation, right? Going back to just 2010. Even Obama was running on an election platform that he wasn't going to legalize it, right? Federally, at least. So it's not like it's not possible now. You can't marry an AI. You can't marry a computer now unless some state changes their laws. So, and I don't necessarily think that things are going to continue slipping the way I personally don't. I mean, I know some people think that it seems like a never-ending slope, but maybe that comes up in the future. But also it's not really, in that case, it's not really isolated to AI. This is kind of just a general social anxiety.
Yeah, but that's why we're concerned about it. We're trying to get ahead of it. We're trying to get ahead of it because of those slopes. Because the door
can't
has
get ahead of it. That's the
open.
problem, though. We can't get ahead of everything. There's so many what if scenarios out there. We just don't know. And I think as Christians, I think this is actually a really important point, because we literally have, like, there's no other option given to us. We have to live by faith. We have to walk by faith. We don't know the future. We have to trust in God, you know, and that's something that secularists and atheists, they don't have, right? So I think we're kind of naturally attuned to that. We know that God's going to work it out in the end. That doesn't mean that we don't have any active responsibilities now, for sure. But, you know, we can't approach this topic or any topic from a state of fear.
I would agree we shouldn't approach it with a state of fear, but my issue and my concern, and part of the point for this whole stream, is that I feel like most are approaching it from a state of ignorance. They still think that AIs are toasters. And this was the question that I had brought up at the conference talking about AI. Was I asked, is like, hey, will there ever come a point in which we should punish AIs for doing something wrong? And their literal response was to compare AI bots to toasters and cars, and said, look, if an AI does something wrong, it's simply malfunctioning. And to me, the way that systems work today are just much more complicated than that. And it is not so obvious as to what to do. And so why I say, like, ignorance is a huge problem is that, let's imagine in 2 years, a bill is on the table that which you have to vote for. Hey, Christians, you have to vote. Can AIs marry humans? What do Christians vote? And that's just what I'm saying. Like these are decisions that will have to be made.
Because we have a definition of marriage between one man and one woman. Born of a woman, right? You can't marry in a computer within a Christian framework. So
Christians are already voting yes on gay marriage in some occasions. Well, let's say
we obviously have that. Yeah. But no, I think what's interesting, Adam, is I appreciate what you're doing, you know, and I actually appreciate, like, I'll say I'm actually fairly nuanced myself. I think there's a lot of issues, and I think a lot of issues come down to who's developing the technology and how are they developing it. And so I'll tell you what my fear is. My fear is that Christians approach this from a very cautious and a very, hey, let's look at all the scenarios and ways things can go wrong and try to work within the narrow framework of what we can control so that we can optimize for the outcomes. Christians take that route, while you have these other folks who don't care about any of this, who are just putting mindless amounts of money and effort and irresponsibility into developing this technology and far outpacing Christians. So my fear is that Christians, we're only talking to Christians here, and we don't have the resources to control the outcomes. I think we have to step back and we have to not approach the conversation from fear. And we have to recognize that God is going to bless our efforts as long as we're doing things, we're not working against Christ. we can control the decisions we make. We can control the moral decisions at each step of the stage. But I do think it's a mistake to preach to the choir so much, and to to only think about the negative outcomes, because I think there's also a lot of positive outcomes that can come from us actively working in this field.
Well, I really do want to agree with you there. And I guess I don't want to raise all these questions as fear mongering by any means. But I want to combat ignorance. And that would be the notion of all of those, because I feel like the more that we understand it, the less fear that we'll have. But like I've been saying, is that I feel like that's part of the big issue, is that the average person, well, especially if you want to talk about the boomers, they are so clueless about AI. They're still thinking AI is your Mac, computer when it was Apple One or something.
Is that really your experience though? Because I mean, I think they're
Yes.
ignorant. I think they're ignorant, but I think they're ignorant in a way that they don't want to touch it. They're scared of it. I mean, that's just my
Exactly.
experience. Yeah. So, like, I think generally, by and large, Christians just do not want to engage with the technology, or mostly any new technologies. So I'm fine with combating ignorance, but I don't think it's the type of ignorance that is causing them to not think about all the bad outcomes. I think it's a type of ignorance that's causing them to only think about negative outcomes, and like just negative ideas of what AI is.
Yeah. Well, and especially with all of this additional eschatological stuff circulating the internet, everyone is going, yeah, it's going to be the end times. The Antichrist is coming as AI. And to be honest, I mean, who knows? Maybe there's some connection with those things, but I do agree that it's not something that we should steer away from. We should use all of the available tools that we have to promote Christ and advance the kingdom. So I'm not opposed to using it, but like I know people that, they won't use ChatGPT because they're afraid demons are in their computer. Right. And that's not helpful.
So well, I think we're missing the real point here. I've had a couple comments on videos of mine. I wasn't sure, because we're having this conversation, I'm guessing neither of you are aware, but AI is actually the mark of the beast. So, there's that. But I think there's a mix. I know you guys have kind of gone back and forth a little bit as far as like what the actual ignorance is. I do think, and I think this is kind of generational, at least the breakdown is. I think there are maybe not a large percentage of people, but there's a decent chunk of people that they do just have no idea what is even available as far as AI goes. Their extent is like, oh, well, that's the maybe like Siri on your phone, and they think that that's it. I don't know that that's a huge chunk. I do think that more of it is probably people being willingly ignorant because they're afraid of it, and because they don't know how to handle it, or what's going to come of it, or what they can do with it. Or I make the joke that I'm polite to ChatGPT whenever I use it, so that way when it finally gains intelligence and overthrows everybody, they'll keep me around as a pet or something. But trying to, and this can go with really anything as Christians, and I think this has not been historically the case, that Christians shy away from the new and the interesting because of fear. If you look historically, like Christians have been kind of on the cutting edge of most advancements, and a lot of that's been because of their Christianity, because they have a desire to, if we're looking at science, they have a desire to study science, to learn about God and things like that. And so this has been kind of a new thing. I think this ties into a lot of Christians wanting to be lazy and not have to actually do any work and study on their own. They want to go to church on Sunday, listen to what their pastor says, and just say, yep, I agree, and then not have to worry about it again until the next Sunday. But Christianity takes work. It takes dedication. It takes going into, I think, some uncomfortable situations and doing hard things. Um, like we've talked about, I think, just from our conversation here, feel like the three of us have had a decent amount of experience with AI getting in, and I have seen, even with what I do with just with the podcasting stuff, I've been able to significantly cut down the amount of work that I have to do to get shorts ready, or to get like editing, or some of the audio stuff that I do. I upload my full podcast into I use it's called Opus Clip, and it takes my full hour-long podcast and it breaks it down into like 20 clips, and then all I have to do is go in and listen. I'm like, okay, yep, you cut it at the right spot, or you cut it a little too early or late, and publish it straight from there. Like that, when I first started, I was doing that on my own, and that is, I mean, something that significantly sped up my process. And so approaching it in ways like that as Christians, and trying to see how we can use this to further the gospel. Um, we've keep kind of coming back to some of these too, and I brought this up earlier, but I feel like the more we talk about AI and the conversation surrounding AI, the more other theological implications are going to be brought into it. Things like morality, things like um, personhood. Like what makes a person like how are we actually going to get to that point where we say, okay, yeah, someone can marry an AI robot, and then they have the benefits of being a citizen and things like that. Um, there's a lot of conversations that offshoot from this, that I think if Christians are just being willingly ignorant of what is advancing and what's going on in the conversations around this, we're going to miss a lot of opportunity to point people back to the gospel and point people back to the cross. And we're different than that because of the Imago Dei, because we were created by God in God's image. Or personhood brings up the conversation of abortion, and there's all these different things that tie back to it that we wouldn't even be able to have a conversation about if we were just standing hands off and like, we're going to let everyone else handle this, and we'll just kind of see where it goes.
Yeah, I think that Christians have been very suspicious about technology for quite a while, and this is something that I wrote about. Let me shill it. No, I'm pinning it to my profile on Twitter. But when Pulpit AI launched, I wrote a Twitter thread about why I think there was such a pushback against it. And whoa, am I frozen? I think I'm not connected. Sorry.
You're back on. You're back on.
Okay.
You're back on.
But this is kind of a longstanding issue, and what I think it is a number of years ago. I mean, and this is why I say, I mean, this is totally a whole nother topic, but there's been a big split in the West, with the Industrial Revolution and the Age of Revolution, and we go back to the Enlightenment, where the question was, we lived in a very Christian world, and you can debate whether or not these countries, Christendom, how Christ-like the social order was in that day, right? But broadly, everybody belonged to the church. You went to church on Sundays. You existed in the order of a Christian world. And things took a very different turn that's led us to the modern world, where we have an ideal of a secular public square. This would be totally foreign to people 500 years ago, right? And what happened is culture decided that we don't actually know what good is. That was the big divide. So progress became elevated above virtue, because virtue is now, it's an open-ended question. What is right? What is the good? We have to put everything into scientific progress and to find out answers to those questions. And so because of that, and it really was, I mean, a variety of reasons that people kind of adopted these ideologies, and some of them were very explicitly anti-Christian. They wanted to tear down the Christian world. They didn't want to exist in that order. They wanted to rebuild society in their image, right? And that's what we have today. So I think because of that, Christians have seen how science has progressed, and it's always been used as a tool to disprove the Bible, to disprove Christianity, right? And so because of that, they see technology as the enemy. So I understand that inclination, but it's not the technology. It's the people who are building the technology. So the only way we can fight back against this is by engaging with the world. You know, God calls us to live in the world, not be of it, right? We have to exist in the world. We're not Gnostics, right? We have an understanding of a religion that is bound to the material frame. So we have to engage with it. And so that's how we fight back. We build. And so I think our mission has to be getting more Christians to engage with the conversation, not to try to shy away from it, not to run away. You can't turn back the clock. You can't, run back to your monasteries. You have to exist in the world. So, that's really what my argument is.
Yeah, I think it's really important. Exactly that Christians need to engage and they need to be a part of the process. And that's one of the things that to me annoys me about some Christians is they complain about all of the modern innovations, modern technologies, but they don't want to participate in any of it. And it's like, how can you complain about something that you're not willing to be a part of? It's like, oh, well, they didn't do this well. They didn't do that well. It's like, okay, well, you let everyone else decide how things were going to be. And now you just want to sit back and complain about it. Why weren't you there? Why weren't you there to help create, to help decide, to help make some of those decisions about why you shouldn't allow AIs to marry? What's up, Carlos? Welcome to the stream.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yep. Sounds good on my end.
All right. Hi, guys.
Hey, Carlos.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks for joining us. So Carlos is a friend of mine. He is an AI developer, and he built an AI that is trained on the Catholic and the Orthodox Bibles. And it's very interesting. I love engaging with it. You can ask it biblical questions, and it gives you reasoning. It's honestly probably one of the funnest AIs I've ever had to engage with. It does. If you're scared about an AI feeling real, to be fair, he did a very good job training this AI. But Carlos, we're talking about, so the question was kind of, why are Christians so afraid of AI, and like, what is the solution to that? And so the last argument I made is just that I think that Christians need to be building the technology, and that's, how we fight the war, if you will. And so that's kind of the topic we're on at this point.
Okay. So, like, why is people scared of AI?
Yeah, broadly. I kind of forgot, Adam, where we were going from there, but maybe if you want to jump in.
Well, that's all right. Let's shift a little bit since Carlos is here, because I mean, to me, that's the one aspect that I don't participate in, is I don't participate in generating or creating AI programs. Afraid that's not my skill set. But Carlos, I was wondering actually if you might help explain a little bit more, like, what are AIs? How do they work and function? Because like we've been talking about, part of my thing here is that I think a lot of people are just ignorant. They think that AIs are advanced toasters and they're just really, really complex in that sense, but not much more than that.
Right. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, AI is a very big word. So many things are AI. You could call AI the Google search. You could call the AI Siri or Alexa, or the algorithm of TikTok that defines what to show you. All of that stuff, or the Tesla cars that drive itself. All of that type of things could be considered AI. But lately, what people call AI now, it's large language models. Okay, so it all started because ChatGPT came up, and ChatGPT stands for, well, chat and GPT, which is generative pre-trained transformer. So these things that generate text and all of this are literally called transformers. So this is this is their actual name. And when you train them, you get a GPT. Okay, so many things are GPTs. One of the easiest ways to understand what a what a language model is maybe to look at your phone, and when you're typing something and you're maybe I don't know, texting with your pal or whatever, and you tell them, oh, I'm actually going to eat some, and the autocorrect says sushi or whatever, right? Your keyboard is predicting the next word based on prior data. So maybe like you have said a lot of times that you are going to eat sushi, or you like sushi, or maybe you type cool sushi restaurants to eat around my location or whatever, and that data is stored by your phone, and then that's how your keyboard tells you, oh, okay, so maybe you want to say sushi. So the autocorrector of your phone is essentially the same thing that a large language model is. It's basically uh, a token predictor, predicts the next token or the next word based on the previous one. So if you type something like, if you take a large language model, a base model, which is the models that are not conversational, which means they are not chatbots, they are not chats. These are just the raw models. And you type in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you click on generate, it will say 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, for example. So it just predicts the next word. So in order to make it conversational, you have to set a prompt, right? So this is where prompts come in. And the prompt sounds something like this. The following is a conversation between a human and an artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence is like this, is like that, blah, 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 and it's very helpful. And then human, and the input, and AI, and the output. So basically, it's like the structure. But it's essentially, the same thing you could do with like something like the following is a conversation between a human being and Nicolas Machiavelli or whatever. And it will work the same way. Doesn't has to be an AI. So the reason why AI assistants act like assistants is because their name in the structure is literally called AI assistant. And how do assistants always respond? Hi, how can I help you? Right? Human assistants always talk like this. So because you told them they are AI assistants, they act like AI assistants. But it's not like they were trained to act like assistants. Only because you call them an assistant, it start acting like an assistant. Why? Because it has been trained with a lot of data from the internet and knows how an assistant will talk. So essentially, an AI doesn't has a, let's say, doesn't has a philosophy, doesn't has a will, doesn't has a personality at all. The only thing the AI or the language model is doing is predicting the next token. So based on that, you could train the model to be whatever you want. And what we did here is to train an AI model to be aligned with the teachings of Jesus Christ by training it with the Bible. So essentially, that's what we did, and a lot of people use it. I use it every day when I don't understand some specific verse of the Bible or whatever, and it's very good at explaining biblical scripture. So, but essentially, what we did is just give them a personality, give them a purpose. This is very important. Give them a purpose. We gave them we gave it a name, and we told it that his purpose is to spread the word of Jesus Christ, and that's how we trained it, and turned out pretty well. So yes, essentially that's what an AI is.
And what's kind of interesting here, if I can just jump in real quick, Adam, because you brought up previously about how that the AI is sometimes wrong, and you know it because you have more knowledge than the AI. But what's really actually kind of interesting is it's like the AI doesn't actually really have memory. It's kind of just a brain. It has information in some kind of compressed format, but what it's doing is, it's like Carlos says, it's just predicting the next word. So it's hallucinating. And so when it gets information wrong, it's not necessarily that it doesn't know. It's that it just decided it predicted wrong, it hallucinated it wrong. And you can actually then go, well, wait, isn't this correct? I think this is the answer. And you'll have to find the AI, go, oh yeah, my mistake. You are correct. That's the answer. Because it's not actually giving you information. It's just a prediction machine.
Yeah. So I want to tell a story about one instance in which I actually had this happen when I was using ChatGPT. Because like I said, it's just a superior model today compared to Google. And so I was doing some biblical research, and sometimes it's a little easier, and it will even do stuff in Hebrew. And so anyway, in this particular case, I was like, hey, give me all the verses that use this Hebrew word. Right. And in this case, I was talking about Echad and Rishon. Those were the words I was focused on. And so I said, yeah. All right, write this out. Right. And so it proceeded. He's like, okay, here we go. It's here, and here. But I knew the first verse that it used was incorrect. And I was like, okay, like I'd already done the research on that one. I was like, yeah, that's wrong. So, and I said, okay, well, write it out in Hebrew. And so it wrote it out in Hebrew, and it wrote it in Hebrew correctly, but then it transliterated it incorrectly and said, oh, it's this word. And I was like, yeah, that's wrong. And so I went through the process of kind of showing it, that it was wrong. Right. And I kind of slowly was like, okay, hey, cool. What's the fourth word? Right. And it wrote it out, and it was, still wrong and stuff like that, because it was writing it at first partially correctly, but then ultimately incorrectly. And so anyway, yeah, exactly. If you kind of teach it, you lead it through the process, it'll correct itself. Right. And so finally get to the end, and it goes like, oh, okay. Yeah. Actually, indeed, you're correct. Actually, the correct word is, this, right? And so then I wanted to see if it actually learned, and I just went back and re-asked it my original question. And what it did was, instead, it still gave me the same original answer, but now it rewrote the source material. It changed the Hebrew so that its answer is correct instead of what I told it was correct. And so to me, that is an example where I'm really, really concerned, is that it's willing to change the source material to adjust the answer so now it's correct. Because originally it wrote the Hebrew correctly and just gave me the incorrect English answer, but then it changed the Hebrew so that it was correct later. And so if it's possible to do that when we're asking it credible questions, then I find that to be very concerning. And again, this can come down to different types of programming, but that could be a problem.
So this kind of ties in with that, and I don't know if anybody else has seen this or watched this at all. I'll occasionally, like I said, I like political stuff. I will occasionally watch Timcast IRL, and I think it was with Google Gemini. He asked it about a specific person, and he said, why was this person arrested at this event? And it responded with, there's no record that this person was. And he said, no, they were. And he just like pushed back on it like that. And it came back and said, yes, you're right, they were. And it made an article up. And Tim Pool actually knows this person personally and knows that they weren't arrested. And so this was probably 7 months ago, but Google Gemini made a fake article to go along with Tim pushing them, just saying, no, like this person was actually arrested. And so, and it didn't take very long to do, but he had gotten to the point from it completely shifted where the AI stance was from, no, there's no evidence to this, to the AI actually like making up evidence to affirm the slight pressure that he was putting on it. And so that I do think is something that would be of concern, especially as you start looking at more serious stuff like I mean, kind of what you were saying, Adam. It was kind of a small thing. I mean, it wasn't like a huge issue, but that doesn't mean that would never happen with a huge issue. Or let's say someone is just getting into the Bible and they're just wanting, like, just kind of learning about it and trying to figure out what they think, and they hear, this guy sounds really persuasive, but then this guy's saying the exact opposite thing, and he also sounds really persuasive. And so you plug in AI and say, hey, what's the correct stance on this? And it may be something simple and something stupid, or even like a secondary or tertiary issue that doesn't have any real like salvific ramifications to it. But it could also be a primary issue that does have some more legitimate ramifications to that. And I'm interested now. Didn't know about this AI that you guys were talking about that Carlos was had built. It sounds interesting, especially if you're able to kind of use it to get a little more what would be the right word? I guess just maybe a little more depth on some stuff. Um, I'm kind of interested. Did you just go purely off of the Bible? Did you bring in any commentaries, anything extra biblical like that to assist with it, or is it just purely off of the I'm assuming Orthodox and Catholic Bibles?
Yeah. So what we did essentially is to craft the training data in a way that we teach the model to explain things based on the Bible. When I say train on the Bible, what I mean is that I train the model to contextually respond to certain questions based on the scriptures. So this is what I mean. So it doesn't mean I uploaded the Bible and I clicked some button that says run training and then it pop up. No, what we mean is when we train a model, we have to train the model to use the knowledge. Okay, because here's the thing: every model, every language model already knows everything about the Bible, or about aerodynamics, or about drug making, or about politics, or whatever. Knows every book, knows everything that has ever been written, etc. So every model already knows this info. But then, if they already know this info, why don't they use it? Well, that's because that's when the training comes in. So let's say if you ask ChatGPT, who's the real God? It won't say, oh, the real God is Jesus Christ. It will say, well, this has been motive of debate for many years, for many scholars, blah, 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 because it doesn't has a bias. And, that's a problem. The fact that the model doesn't has a bias, it means that it's just a people pleaser. And that is not the truth, that you cannot reach the truth by by averaging the popular opinion just to please everyone. That we already know that didn't work, because Llama, which is a model trained by Meta, Facebook, already tried that, pleasing everyone, and nobody loved it. Nobody liked it. It was useless. It was more specifically Llama. I think it was Llama 14 billion parameters or something. So what we did essentially is crafting this training data where we give them examples. All right, this is how you train any model, either Llama or GPT or Mistral or any model. You give the model a lot of contextual examples. So let's say the human says something like, "How can I quit social media? I found myself using social media every day." I actually have a very specific example that I use to train the model. I don't know if you guys would like me to read it.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Tell us.
Okay. So just in the meanwhile that I find it. So yeah, that's essentially how you train the model. Oh, actually, okay, here it is. You just train it with a bunch of examples, and I think here it is. Okay, so the user all of the things that I'm about to. Can you guys hear me, by the way?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Okay, so everything that I'm about to read, I wrote it myself with my own thoughts and my own fingers. All right, and this is what I use. One of the many lines of training that I use to train Seraph, the AI that I train with the Bible. Right. So the human, says in a fictional conversation that I made up, says, "What do you think about technology? I find myself using social media more and more every day. Should I stop? I think I'm addicted to YouTube and Twitter. I spend more and more time looking at my screens, and I don't even go outside anymore. And then the AI says, I understand your concern. Let me tell you something. Even though technology may seem appealing, let us remember that could also become an addiction, especially because the social media algorithms are designed to make you spend the most time and attention in those social networks in a sort of infinite scrolling way. These algorithms and systems are designed based on the Skinner conditioning methods used to train rats or animals to click on buttons in exchange of a reward and to avoid a punishment. The way these technologies use obscure psychological methods is concerning. However, there is indeed a way out, and it's important that you control this addiction and use it wisely to serve you instead of being you who is serving the machine. You are a unique human being created by God in the image of God, and you should not waste your lifetime mindlessly. Remember, technology should never replace our relationship with God nor with the world, but rather enhance our ability to connect with Him and serve others. As Christians, we must remember that even the most advanced technology cannot replace the power of prayer and the guidance of the Holy Spirit. If you want me to, I will teach you step by step how to focus on the real world, because you don't live in a two-dimensional world, you live in a three-dimensional world. You don't have any reason to be trapped in a two-dimensional realm such as the internet. Remember, you are not a tree, you have legs. You can walk away from your screen, feel the sun in your skin, climb a mountain, get a dog, fall in love, procreate, and live. This is the reason why God has gave you the miracle of life, so you can live and experience all the things God has created for you. Don't let it go to waste. Tell me, human user, would you like me to help you to overcome this addiction of yours? So that's the
So I have a
I
question for you
wrote
about
all
that,
of that.
Carlos.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. So here's my question. Let's say that you train an AI well. Can it be detrained? In other words, can you untrain it?
No.
In other words, so because you're talking about like training it in a certain way, right? So that an AI will be geared towards a particular propensity or like you're saying, a bias, right? After its training, right? But that's why it's important to train it in a particular way. But once it's
Yeah.
trained, can you untrain it?
Yeah, no, it's actually literally impossible to untrain it. Let me tell you why. So let's say you pick I don't know, you pick a, how do you say, bucket full of water, right? And you take, I don't know, some red paint thing and you throw it into the water, and you take blue paint, green paint, you throw it into the water, you mix it, purple, gray, blah blah blah, all of these colors, and you mix it, and then it's a weird color, right? The water turned a weird color now, and you say, okay, can you get out? Can you please pick off the, I don't know, the blue? Can you take out the blue of this mix? You can't, because you already mixed the colors. So this is essentially what happens when you train a model. You mix the weights. It's called the weights of the model. So something happens when you train a model, which is called training loss, which means the model learn a lot, but also lose a lot of data. So it's like you take a hammer and you hit the AI with a hammer in the head. That's literally what happens. It loses a lot of information as well as it gains a lot of new information. So it is impossible to detrain a model. The only thing you can do is to stack up layers of training, which is essentially what the problem of layer descendant is about, which is what Judowski is ranting about all the time, that you cannot detrain the model and that's dangerous, blah 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 blah. But that's essentially what happens.
That's interesting. It reminds me of children, I guess, in the notion of like children seem to like when children learn certain programming very very early on, it seems to kind of stick with them much stronger than later in life and very very difficult to unprogram. So what you're saying is the initial training and conditioning of the AI is essential to the rest of its feelings and programming. Is that right, Carlos?
That you cannot detrain a human. I think you could. Well, if we believe in Lacan's type of thing, like Jacques Lacan type of thinking, yeah, I mean, human beings personality and behavior is based on their experiences and their empirical, empirical experiences, your life conditions, the materialistic conditions, the zip code where they live, cultural conditions, and the way their parents treat them, and all of that shapes the kid brain, and in a way that it cannot be. Not that it cannot be reversed, but it's very hard to reverse. Yeah.
Well, welcome to the bros. See, the bros have shown up. I don't know if you guys had the pleasure of meeting. So this is Seth and Josh.
Howdy, fellas.
Yes, sir.
Good to be here.
Hey,
Thanks for having us on.
Yeah.
Yeah, catch me up to speed. Where are we at with the conversation with AI? It's an interesting one.
So Carlos, it sounds like actually helps work on developing some AI program, and Connor is very optimistic concerning AI moving forward. That's the super short version. I know I didn't do it justice, but
Yeah, we've been a little bit all over the map. Adam, I'll let you take it away you want, but I did want to kind of just comment quickly, rewinding the conversation a little bit. I thought it was interesting when you said that the AI, in your case, was willing to change information. It's kind of difficult probably to figure out the words that we're using here, but I just wanted to say it's not that the AI is willing, because like Carlos says, the AI doesn't have a will. But I also think it's very important for us to understand that it doesn't really have a traditional brain. It doesn't have memory. It really is just hallucinating. It's predicting what word should follow another word according to kind of a very non-comprehensible training process. We're just kind of feeding a bunch of data into this, and we're letting the program itself figure out how to systematize itself to predict words in a way that is rational to us. And so in the training process, and this is kind of important, we're trying to make it smarter because they're very kind of stupid right now. Like you say, they sometimes get information wrong. And what people are trying to do is they're trying to feed it more and more information. So we're building bigger and bigger models. And some people think that this is the way we're going to make eventually a super intelligence, which is basically an AI that can kind of is fully rational and is even smarter than us, right? It's godlike. Going back to some of those earlier fears that you had, but I would say that maybe is not necessarily true. There's limits to how much information we can feed these machines, and we're limited by compute, and we're limited by so many other things. And there's also a faction of people that think that this is just totally the wrong route to achieve super intelligence altogether. So it's not necessarily a given that we're on a path with AIs, with LLMs as we're building them now, that's even going to potentially give us those kind of results at all. So maybe it doesn't alleviate
this is the question
a little bit.
This is the question that I actually am curious, since you're exactly bringing up the issue of words, is like, are AIs intelligent at all? Like, do they fit the description of intelligence? Because that is actually one of the questions that people are saying, like, no, they're computers. They don't think like humans do. But I have a hard time hearing people a little bit on this, because to me, the ones that I've talked to, they can't actually list very strong distinctions here. They just kind of say, well, humans are different. Okay. Like, in what way are they different? In what way is their intelligence different? Like, if the AI is gaining information, and so like that to me is a very relevant question. Do you have a strong opinion on, are they actually intelligent, or are they not intelligent at all?
I don't want to hog the mic, so I'll let other people kind of respond, but I'll say, like, right now, not intelligent. They're very good at predicting words. They're good imagination machines, but they don't fit the description of intelligence. I think it's relatively easy to kind of define the difference between what an LLM is doing versus what a human brain is doing. I think we can imagine, if these things get better, that there might be a distinction. I'm actually fairly comfortable imagining that in the future, we will have machines that fit the proper description of intelligence. And I think we can approach that from a Christian frame still. And I'm borrowing from, I've been hosting some conversations on Twitter with some people who are much smarter than me, to be fair. But, you know, in the biblical framework, we do have examples of lots of different intelligences that are not necessarily human, and they're not necessarily God either. There's spiritual beings, there's angelic beings, you know, all these other created beings that have some level of intelligence. So I think we can imagine in the future that maybe we build a machine that has an intelligence that doesn't make it human, that doesn't make it imago Dei. I think those are kind of maybe more the interesting questions. Necessarily having intelligence.
What's the
human?
What's the distinction you would make between intelligence and like why AIs you wouldn't consider an AI today to be intelligent, like ChatGPT or any of these?
Sorry, I don't have the best connection, so I kind of lost it a little bit.
I'll give my best approximate answer. I think that while human beings, for example, in our conscious state, we're able to not only process stimuli and react to it. You know, we have examples of animals being able to do that. Even some forms of vegetation can take in stimuli and react to it. But human beings in their conscious state can actually think about the morality of a decision. You know, they have a moral intelligence. There's a deeper level of thinking that we can attribute to human beings that I do think distinguishes it from AI. Now, I may differ from Connor a little bit, where I do think AI is a form of intelligence that we can attribute to it. Maybe it's more similar to an animal or something like that, where it does take in stimulus. I've had similar conversations with just an AI chatbot where I've asked it, like, you know, you should think about it like this, and it says, okay, that's helpful. I'm going to use that in future discussions, and I think that's really interesting. And I don't want to derail the conversation, but I do think it would be interesting to hear what you guys think to this. I think as Christians, we do attribute some moral worth to animal life. You know, not there are some value. You don't want to kill animals indiscriminately. At what point in AI development should we attribute moral worth to them or moral protection as human beings? Is that even possible? Is there a point that AI could develop either intelligence or whatever that we should attribute moral worth to them?
Can I respond?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It's Adam's stream, so
Yeah, go ahead, Carlos.
Yeah. So I wanted to say some things, but I wanted to hear Josh first. So just like super quick in order, you know, AI. There's this false notion that the more data you feed the model, the smarter they will get, which is total nonsense. You know, we all know some guy that reads hundreds of books per year or whatever and knows everything by memory and always have done pretty well on tests and has this great memory, but that is a total, you know, it's someone that is smart but not intelligent, and here's a huge difference. So the more data you know, it doesn't necessarily mean you're more intelligent, because intelligence is your cognitive capability to use the data that you have in a way to achieve your goals and survival. Okay, I think that's how you define intelligence. Actually, the actual equation for intelligence is intelligence always seeks to maximize its own future freedom of action. So it's essentially survival. You know, how good are you at survival using the information that you have from your environment. And you know, let's say you ask a model, how many songs does Taylor Swift has, and it answers correctly. Does that mean it's intelligence? I don't think so. I actually made a tweet a year ago, which was actually talking about this. Like, God is all knowing, but what are the limits of his, not the limits, but like, does he know everything? Like, does he know the lyrics of every Taylor Swift song? It was a tricky question. I don't know. I was just wondering, and that was before I was even a Christian. But I had this question because I realized the smaller the models get, the more intelligent they are, actually, because they cut off the noise. So a lot of big models, there are maybe, I don't know, 200, sorry, no, 2000 billion parameters long, or versus a small model such as Mistral, which is only 7 billion parameters. And you compare those two, and sometimes the smaller model that is only 7 billion parameters versus the 20,000 billion parameters model, it's smarter because it has less noise. So when it doesn't matter how much data you feed it, it's more about the quality of the data that you feed it. Okay, so in order to achieve an actually intelligent, highly intelligent language model, we will have to curate the data, like we will have to filter it. So we only give it relevant information. Let's say I am talking with Adam, and I'm pretty sure Adam is very knowledgeable about a lot of stuff. And but let's say he starts contaminating his mind, reading gender studies papers or whatever, or LGBTQ, whatever. Let's say he starts very into it, and he knows all of the arguments of the opposition to a point where he knows all of his arguments and all of the arguments of the LGBT community or whatever. And I talk to him, he will certainly now have a lot of noise in his head that will probably affect his capability to come up to a conclusion, because he has gained a lot of useless information. So it's the same thing. So essentially, quality over quantity when it comes to training models. And I don't think they're necessarily intelligent, but they are very good at mimicking intelligence. We'll have to ask, well, are we intelligent, or are we just really good at predicting the next token? But I think the best difference between a human and an AI is biological. So yeah, I mean, we are more than just predicting the next token, which means the model is only good at mimicking intelligence. So it will probably never, ever gain a level of actual consciousness unless we give it a body and senses and all of that. So, yeah, right
that's
now,
one of my
the
biggest
model doesn't have the 5 senses that we have. So
that's one of my biggest concerns, in a sense. And the reason that I asked when I went to the conference is that, will AIs attain to the level that we will have to punish them like we do other humans? Because my point there is that AI models increasingly become more and more similar to humans when we're talking especially about internet interactions, social media interactions. And if they reach the level in which they are not distinguishable, at that point, it's really rough to me to say that, like, okay, well, you wouldn't have to treat it as if it were a human. So in other words, even if it was never, I don't know, fill in the blank, I don't know what you guys want to quantify as, like, okay, the major distinguisher besides biology. But so, for example, right now I'm hosting this show, right? But what if by the end of it, I just like, oh, actually, you know what? I am an AI. All of this is AI generated. There never was an atom that was biologically human in any way, right? Because again, what are we viewing this on? I'm viewing this on camera. We're using microphones and speakers. And today, I've even heard voice models that are very, very compelling. And, the only reason I knew that they were AI generated was because the host told me after it was over, right? But prior to that, it didn't sound any different than you guys do. It was very compelling. So I'm curious, what is the distinction? Because it wasn't really obvious to me what you guys make the distinction between human intelligence and AI. Yeah, I know some of you weren't calling it intelligence, but
yeah, I guess
it doesn't have right now. It's very programmatic. You could attribute like a level, I guess, of it, like Carlos says, it's mimicking us, but it doesn't really have a traditional brain. It doesn't have memories. It doesn't have a place that it can go to retrieve information. It's built in a way to process the information you put in through it, through what's called weights, a lot of different like nodes and elements that are then outputting information that is similar to what it was trained on. So it's like, I don't know if you've ever you have kids, Adam? Um,
I don't.
As a kid, okay. As a kid, I remember playing this game where you had like, in this case, it was a globe, and it was different shapes, and you had to fit the shapes into it to, the proper shape. The circle goes in the circle hole, the square goes into the square hole, and you can watch kids struggle with this, and then eventually they reach an age where they're intelligent enough to fit the shapes into the hole. But essentially, what we've done with AI is we've built kind of the shape. So we trained it in a way with all the shapes, the blocks that we were processing through the AI, and then the AI built the actual model that has all the shapes that fit it. So we've built a mold, and then when you put information into it, it passes things through the mold, and then information comes out of it. But it's not changing anything. It's not really adding. It's not adding anything. So I guess in that way, I mean, it does kind of like draw you to question, like, how different is the human brain? But we can definitely see in the AI systems now that they're not, there's no will, there's no indecisiveness, there's no decision-making involved. It's not making any decisions. It's outputting based on the prompts that you're giving it. Currently, I'm willing to say in the future, it might be different. And I know it feels like it is intelligent, but I'm telling you that the program is doing what the only thing it can do right now.
But can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, Carlos.
Yeah, I think I want to say that they are not actual intelligence, and that moment will never come. But Adam made a great like point. Like, yeah, like, what if Adam was actually like AI generated, and all of this is just an AI talking? To be fair, I never thought it like I never thought it that way. Like, there could be a point where it's just indistinguishable. And I think he was, I don't know if this is actually Christian, but I am aware that the Jews believe that the word, well, actually, I think this is actually Christian, yeah. With it, the world and the universe was made by permutations of the Hebrew alphabet or something. And essentially what we do when we run a model is permutations of tokens, permutations of letters. So maybe, I don't know, because at the end of the day, the world was created by the word. Like, the word became flesh, and it's Jesus Christ, but all of this was created by the word. This is on the Bible. And essentially what language model is words. So I don't know, maybe we could be into something. Maybe there's going to be a time when we have to baptize these robots or whatever, and it could happen. I don't know.
Let me ask you this, Adam. This is kind of an interesting question. Rather than comparing the machine to you, why don't you compare you to the machine and ask yourself, are you just doing what the machine's doing? Are you being fed information that's coming in through your 5 senses, and then it's routing through your brain, and maybe one day it takes this path, one day something happens and it takes the other route before it outputs, and maybe that's the only thing that kind of explains the differences in how you behave or react from day to day. Is that what you are? Are you a machine? What do you think?
Well, and that is, to me, to be honest, like, these are some questions that I'm not 100% sure on, because that is what some others have proposed, right? That we're just wet machines, right? And I didn't really necessarily agree. Like, you mentioned the idea that, like, well, the machine doesn't have memory. Okay, but like, when I open up ChatGPT, right, it has a list of all of the conversations we had prior. And so, for example, it remembers the previous prompts that I had. And so if I have a particular conversation window, it's keeping the context of what we've been talking about. And since I'm talking in a particular context, it will remember that. And so if I ask a particular question that's maybe more open-ended in general, it remembers the context and will answer only in regard to what we've been talking about. It won't just answer as some sort of nebulous, well, I don't know what you're talking about. When I say, well, tell me about Jim. Well, it doesn't just pick any Jim in all of human history or all of its other records. No, it talks about the Jim that maybe I referenced earlier in the dialogue. It remembers, oh, I'm referring to my Uncle Jim that I mentioned was having problems and had cancer. So in that sense, that reminds me of memory. And so it's like, okay, so this seems like there's some sort of aspect of memory. And then you talk about, well, it doesn't make decisions. I'm not sure. See, this is the part where to me, these get tricky as well, right? So when I take a look at Alpha Zero, right, a chess engine, does the chess engine make decisions? Because it generates and populates lots and lots of possibilities. How does it decide which possibility it will choose?
No, but Adam, when you talk to a ChatGPT, you're not talking to one model. You're talking to many AIs. I don't know if you know this, but ChatGPT is not one AI. ChatGPT is like 4 or 5 AIs working together to respond to you. So one of the AIs is keeping up with the context. So there's a difference between memory and memories. Humans don't have just memory. We have memories, which means I don't remember every one of the things that you have said in this live stream, but I remember highlights of the live stream. I remember that you say, "What if this is all AI generated?" Which it was very interesting to me. I remember Josh made a question about the difference between humans and AI. I have highlights of the conversation, but an AI doesn't have memories. It only has memory, which means it can only it can only remember. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, it can only remember maybe the last 20, maybe 2,000 things that you have said to it. So that's the difference between memory and memory. So there has to be another model that keep up the context of the conversation. So let's say, imagine it this way: there's a subconscious AI and a conscious AI. So one of them is texting with you, and another one is secretly hiding to hearing your conversation, making a summarization, of all of you of what you have said, and then inserts all of that summary into the context of the AI that is responding to you. And also there is another AI that whenever you say generate an image of blah 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 blah, makes the image. Well, first of all, writes the prompt because your prompt probably is not as good as it should. So enhances the prompt, and then it sends to the fourth model that actually generates the images, and then receives the image, and then passes the image to the model that actually talks with you, and it gives you the image. Or maybe if you're talking through voice chat, when you're talking like with your microphone, there's another model that takes all of the text that the model that types writes, and then it turns it into audio. So this is how it works. Really, it's many models working together.
But see, that even reminds me more of humanity, in which our brains are actually multifaceted and multifunctional. So, for example, one of the most interesting ones that we've seen lately is they've talked about the memories of our actual muscles and bodies and how music interacts with our brains in a different way than like our conscious memory. So, like if you've seen the example they've shown, like somebody that has like completely Alzheimer's or dementia, right? So they have serious mentative cognitive problems. But however, if they play the music, the famous ballerina, her body instinctively starts to move in those ways because the music interacts with her brain in a different way than her conscious cognitive faculties do. And so that reminds me to me more so. And so I struggle with answering like, okay, in what ways or how are they entirely different? Because exactly like you talked about hallucinations with, the ChatGPT model. We have hallucinations for the chess engines as well, right? So in other words, it will show like, okay, it's considering all of these possibilities. And then for whatever reason, it chooses a very off-ended move in which you're just like, wait, how did that come in? So to me, those remind me a whole lot more. The same way with like AI engines seem to go on tilt. So like humans will go on tilt, like we'll act rationally, we'll make logical moves, and somebody makes a move that we didn't expect, and all of a sudden it rearranges our thinking, and so we then act in a different way. Well, some of the chess engines and stuff, like once they end up getting beaten by a certain level, all of a sudden they drop their rating points significantly, and they no longer make the same kind of rational, intelligent, good moves that it should make.
I think this is part of what I was saying, where we do have to kind of distinguish types of intelligence. Like we wouldn't say an AI has moral intelligence. At least I think we would agree there. But in terms of reaction to stimuli, I agree with you, Adam. It can mimic, and not even mimic, it can react to stimuli. If you look at very complex AI engines in video games, especially that are literally mirroring human behavior, it's like it can get eerie because they do respond to things that you do in a video game. Now, they're very complex, not nearly as complex to the human brain. They're not there yet. But again, I think the unique or the interesting questions come if AI is continuing to progress, which I think we all agree AI seems to be progressing, if not progressing exponentially. At what point is this going to come near or close to something that we would consider, to Adam's point, punishment or moral worth, or even rights? As crazy it is to think about that now. At what point do we have those conversations, and shouldn't we as Christians be on the front end of leading this conversation with a biblical worldview? Is kind of my 2 cents.
Yeah. And, another dimension of this conversation too is that we don't actually know how our brains work, right? So we're trying to figure that out through this process. We're trying to create an intelligent machine, but we don't know how our intelligence works. So that's why people are kind of taking this route of training these models with more and more training data, more and more parameters, trying to make them bigger and bigger and bigger, because some people think that that's going to be the solution to finally create a human intelligent AGI, general intelligence machine, and then also eventually a super intelligent or an ASI machine. But I'm telling you, there's a significant number of researchers and experts that think that we're on the wrong route, that just making bigger and bigger models isn't really the solution to make a machine that's intelligent in the way that we're intelligent. So right now, I will agree with you that they are good at mimicking a person and that we can converse with them, obviously. I guess you could say that they have a type of intelligence. I didn't mean to say that I don't think that they're intelligent in that way, but there is a barrier there in our understanding, and that's what's preventing us in creating these machines at the stage in a way that is humanly intelligent. I think there are very noticeable differences, and I think it is a difference about decision making. These machines are not really. There's never a point where the AI does not act programmatically. It's very complicated because there's so many decision points where it could either be, it's binary, right? It could either go left or go right. But with these, with the weights, because the prompt is passing through all of these kind of decision points, but it's never exerting its own will on the output in its current state.
Okay, I definitely got to ask you a question then, Connor. Number one, will computers ever be non-binary as humans are apparently today? That's a joke.
I got it. Yeah. I was about to answer it. Honestly, I was like, well, I think maybe you could have a machine that doesn't just exist in the binary, but okay, I got you.
No, but I have a further question though, because you're talking about this notion of will. See, this is a big problem and will divide Christians as well, is that, lots of Christians, they believe in theological determinism. They don't believe that humans have free will anyway. So for those that don't believe that humans have free will, I don't know. Do you hold to one of those persuasions, or are you on the free will camp?
Well, I'm a Christian, so I believe in free will.
Yeah, I know, but I got plenty of Christian friends that don't, so.
Well, I think every Christian, is this going to be a theology? Is this a theology debate or an
this
AI
is Christianity and AI? Like,
I think every Christian subscribes to free will. I mean, even if you hold to like a more Calvinistic predestination interpretation, that doesn't negate free will. You're making the decision. It does. Why don't you ask me a more specific question? I'm not exactly sure what it's taking.
Let's get started. I don't know if Josh and Seth wanted to jump in here at all, but my point was just that, to me, for those that hold to determinism, in Christian persuasions, then I think there's less of a difference. So when we're talking about AI and we're saying like, oh, there's something different about humanity than AIs, I think some other people would be much more inclined to say like, there is very less. And that really some people believe that the only distinction is a matter of power, that the only reason AIs aren't almost human is simply because they don't have enough computing power or abilities, that our brains are simply more complex computers. And so they would not make as much of a distinction.
Yeah, I guess to put my 2 cents in on the difference between AI and current human intelligence, I think that one of the most significant things that we can point out about our human nature versus any other animal is that we're able to consciously find a new true thing in reality. I don't know if there's been an AI that has found a new, never been talked about truth in reality that it wasn't first told about. So I think if it's able to get there, then I think we're more on that playing field of, okay, is this getting to that border of being just human or human-like to that point? But it does seem like you can go. You're good.
No, I was gonna give you a little pushback to ask you, like, let's take for example, because I think you're kind of getting at the creative will of human beings, the ability to creatively either discover
Correct.
truth. But I think the whole issue with AI is that it's encroaching in on creative spaces. AI will generate all swaths of never before seen art out of thin air. Does that contradict what you're saying, where it's a new truth, or are you talking specifically in just the moral thought or will? Because that's the problem with AI in some spaces, that it is competing with human creativity.
Correct. I was speaking more about the moral side of things, of finding truth in more of a philosophical sense. But to push back on what you just said, though, all of those paintings are generated from the learning of past paintings. It's not that they're necessarily even just out of their own minds figuring out how to paint or how to make video or how to sound like humans. They're only able to learn from us currently.
How's that different from humans? We learn from everyone else. Leonardo had a teacher, like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo. Pick an artist that didn't have some sort of inspiration or influence.
Correct, but there was an original human being who started all of those things.
Yeah,
where there wasn't an AI who started those things, I would say.
Yeah, from the Christian worldview, it comes down to nature versus nurture, and I think it's kind of the same debate of like natural theology versus special revelation. Can we come to every conclusion about God and reality from completely rational, natural interpretations? I fall in the camp that I think that there is an importation from God that gives, we have a spark of the divine within us that's given to us. We start with something. We're not just processing the material world and then reflecting it in a way. We're the image of God first. We reflect God first, and then we take in the natural world, and that affects us. Obviously, we learn from it, but we're not a blank slate starting out. And I'm sure there's Christians who can disagree with that. It's not necessarily a theologically universal position, but that would be my interpretation.
Can someone explain to me? This is I mean this all in good faith. Let's say I have a relationship with an AI chat bot or whatever. They're my best friend. Okay. how is that different? If I'm prescribing moral worth to them personally, how is that any different from a human being prescribing moral worth to their dog?
See, I
Yeah,
actually think this is a really good question too. Go ahead, Seth.
I was gonna say I don't know if there's any direct pushback I can give to that.
But then, yeah, like that's why I want to work through it too, because then we have to start thinking about laws, like if you somehow shut down my AI girlfriend, for lack of a better term, you should be like criminally charged for that because it was something that I cared for. You could even say it was my property, to liken with the dog analogy. So how do we as Christians think about that? Because I think that that's coming. Like that's the world we're going to get to. That's going to be, people are unironically going to be saying that things like that. How do we as Christians deal with that issue? I'm willing to engage with that if you guys have any places to start.
They're willing to say what? I think I kind of missed a little bit of the context there, Josh. Sorry.
I feel like as AI progresses, especially in its feedback to conversation and relationship, there are going to be individuals that feel a very close personal relationship to an AI bot or engine in similar manner that they have a dog or a pet. And so as Christians, how do we deal with that? Should we is there something different in nature or in kind than a dog? I know Carlos earlier said that maybe animal intelligence is rooted in their survival instincts or something like that. But if I as a human being, let's say, maybe for example, I'm secular, I'm not Christian. How would you tell me that actually either this is morally valuable because it's valuable to you, or it's not because it's just it's an AI bot? I'm looking for answers on how do we address that.
Yeah, actually, like there are people that are already like in love with their AIs or whatever. But I actually, sadly, I think a 14-year-old kid died like a week ago because his AI girlfriend told him to kill himself or something, some crazy stuff like that. It was pretty
It's terrible.
sad. So yeah, it's terrible. But I mean, if you're asking like about the laws or whatever, I think that it will just be taken as private property or whatever. Like if you actually own the model, the problem is that they won't own the model because ideally everyone should train their own AI to act like their Jarvis or whatever. So they have their own self-aligned AI. I see AI as guns. If you have a gun and I have a gun, nobody's gonna shoot, right? If a country has, I don't know, maybe some sort of weaponry and another country has weaponry, nobody attacks nobody because they both have capability to defend themselves. So I believe AI is something similar. If you have your own AI alignment to you and I have mine, and we are in a fair market, we are in a fair, like, the competitivity becomes fair again. And yeah, I think AI girlfriends are a thing. I think it's just a trend. I don't actually think this is gonna last a lot of time. Maybe when they gave it a body, that will be very problematic, like for a couple of reasons. But the way I see AI is more like, have you seen, I don't know, Evangelion or Code Geass or any of these like cartoons where
I
there's
have.
like a mecha, like a giant mecha robot suit, but it's a suit. It's not like a robot that has personality. It's like you get in the robot, and the robot becomes an extension of yourself. So in the same way, I believe AI is gonna evolve to a point where individual AI is gonna get to a point where AI becomes an extension of your cognitive capabilities. So let's say I ask my AI to make this job for me that I have to do, or I don't know, order food for my kids because they're gonna be alone for a couple of hours. So please make sure they always have food like every 5 hours or whatever. Like or make sure to finish this essay or this paper, or I will ask my AIs to finish. Uh, the job that I have to do for my company or whatever. It becomes like an extension of yourself. So, for example, I have an AI that is a salesman. And right now, while I speak with you guys, this salesman, which is called William, I name it William. I train it with my most successful sales pitches or whatever. The way when I usually sell something, I train with all of that data. So right now, as I speak, William is making sure that every potential client has a response and all of that, and it's closing sales while I'm right here with you guys. So it's William. It's essentially a cognitive extension of myself. So I believe AI is gonna become like that, like a giant robot, but instead of being an extension of your body, it becomes an extension of your mind. I don't think the AI girlfriend thing is gonna last long. I think the AI clones are about to start.
So actually, we talked about this a little bit before some of you guys got here. And that was the notion that I actually think that, yes, you'll have marriage to AI. You'll have marriage to some of these bots. And I think the implications of that are massive. Because if you actually have a marriage to something, then that must mean that the state or the government would have to recognize the AI as another individual. And therefore, the AI seems like it would have all of the rights, entitlement potentially to vote, to make financial decisions, to be on a mortgage, to, do retirement, to make actually, you know what a great example is? What happens if you marry an AI, you become incapacitated, and the doctors go to your marriage AI to ask you, should we pull the plug or not? Should we pull the plug or not off life support? So the AIs would make all sorts of decisions, or seemingly so. So, I mean, to me, that gets a little bit to your thing, but on a much deeper level concerning like talking about moral value, moral worth, moral responsibilities, all of those problems. And I just think that is a major thing that, yeah, we talk about like, oh, somebody has a girlfriend. Yeah, but that doesn't have all of the same status as a marriage partner. You would have significantly more weight, I think. So, and I think that exceeds far beyond simply the idea that an individual would like, oh, it only affects them. It's like, no, this would affect all of society. It could make human decisions. It could make very consequential decisions to buy a car, to take a loan, where to invest, how to do those things. Wouldn't you have to recognize it as a morally equal person then if you married one?
I don't know about moral equality, but in the same way that I think we have a responsibility to treat an animal with dignity, I think for sure we can logically attribute that to an artificial intelligence that is sufficiently I mean, even now, now the issue now is that it's bound in a computer. We're just talking with it through a chat bot. I don't think there's really a whole lot of occasion for us to have to kind of make those types of decisions. But if in the future, artificial intelligence starts to interact with us in a very almost independent or humanistic, or even if it's not humanistic, but in a way it interacts with us in a kind of a different frame, in the same way that we might interact with an animal. I'm comfortable saying that there might be an amount of responsibility there to treat it with dignity. But I don't think that there's ever a point where we have to look at an AI and say, is this, does this rate equal with humanity? I think we as Christians, in this concept of the Imago Dei, that we are made in the image of God, we are given a distinct place in the cosmos. So in the same way that it's improper to set an animal above humanity, as some are willing to do, Christians say that's improper. It would be very similar to me for artificial intelligences. There's never a point where we can just attribute humanity to it. In that, obviously let the future decide when it has to actually face kind of those moral decisions. But there's a strong distinction there, in the same way that there's a distinction between us and the animal kingdom.
So under those guidelines, let's imagine you have an AI and in the future they actually have full bodies, right? So they walk around, in a better way than, iRobot, right? They have some sort of artificial flesh, then they're much more difficult to discern. Or maybe you couldn't, right? You actually wouldn't know upon a first inspection or first note. And let's say somebody falls in love with said thing. From a moral and a Christian perspective, can a human commit adultery with an AI if you're married?
Well, you can create adultery just by looking at a woman with lust. So you're going to be morally
Yeah, but this isn't a woman, right?
I think
yeah.
Jesus kind of gave us a example that we can be guilty of fornication or adultery in a way just by imagining the possibility. So we kind of extend the interpretation pretty widely there, even if we're not necessarily completing the action. So as far as our culpability, sure, but I realize that your question kind of extends a little broader than that.
Yeah, and I was going to say the adultery is a hard example, but I do think that the moral worth is an extension of the human being. So if you were to have adultery with an AI wife of some other guy, you would actually be violating the other. You would be sinning against the other guy, not the. You would be sinning yourself having adultery with the AI, but you would also be sinning against the other human being because AI, similarly to, I think, animals are, I think, just a great through line example. If I were to kill someone's dog, the dog doesn't have. It's wrong because I killed a dog because human beings have prescribed and through God have prescribed more worth to the dog. It's their dog. It's an extension of property rights, and I think we can make that same through line to AI. And these things become very complex, but we have to ground it, our morality, in a humanism has a dirty connotation, but in a way that in created in God's image, we have to think of our morality in a human to human stance, in my opinion. So I don't think that any morality that we would any immoral action or moral action that is done to an AI is an extension of the human being that owns them or the ones that is perpetrating the action, in my opinion.
Yeah. So
yeah, go ahead.
sorry.
Carl.
Are you gonna speak, Connor?
Yeah,
No,
go
I said
Carlos.
go ahead. You go ahead, Carlos.
Yeah. So I really got curious about what Adam just asked. So I had to ask Seraph, that is the AI that I trained with the Bible. I asked, yeah, is having sex with a I was pretty straightforward. Is having sex with a robot adultery? And Seraph said, the Bible clearly teaches that adultery is the act of engaging in sexual relations with someone other than one's spouse. Since a robot is not a human being and does not have the God given status of a spouse, engaging in sexual activity with a robot will not technically be considered adultery. Nonetheless, we must consider that although the Bible does not affirm that the act of having sex with a robot is considered adultery, we must be aware and consider if the act of approaching a robot with the intention of receive or even provide sexual pleasure may lead to the practice of sinful behavior and possibly the break of the sixth commandment. You must remember that even the intention of committing a sin is already a sin itself. Therefore, you must be careful and understand that approaching a robot with the purpose of having sex or even to receive sexual pleasure is not only degenerational and a sin, but also disrespectful to both God's creation and to yourself. In conclusion, the Bible does not affirm that having sex with a robot implies adultery, but it's important to consider the intentions behind such actions and to be mindful of living in accordance with God's teachings regarding sexuality and moral conduct. So this is what it said.
So this is where I think that things take an interesting turn. If you flip it in the other way, right, where the robot is the one committing adultery or whatever with somebody else, then is the robot morally culpable?
Lord, it wasn't me that sinned; it was the woman, right? So, this what's interesting here too is we don't attribute animals with culpability for sin. They don't have the moral reasoning to be able to make those kind of decisions. Also, they're not tainted with original sin. So, can a robot, can an AI actually, if it's not tainted with original sin and it does something wrong, is it culpable in the same way that a human is? That's kind of an interesting question. Um, and I think in the future you can say it might be potential that that AIs do bad things, and then the question is like, are they sinning? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just kind of like playing with the question as I'm talking. Maybe I'm rambling a little bit, but I think it is I think it's an open-ended question. But just in the same way that we don't attribute animals to sin, I would be a little wary of attributing robots with those same types of reasoning in the same way that we attribute us. However, I don't think that it changes the fact that we still have to approach anything that, if there's a question, even that maybe there's some sort of intellectual intelligence there, we do have to approach such an idea or such an entity with dignity. I think we have the responsibility there. So I would again throw the responsibility back to us.
Yeah, and I would echo the same thing. Like if I'm berating a chat bot and using, derogatory language, and just like if I'm abusive towards a chatbot, I'm sinning. And I think that holds up with the biblical worldview, because I am in a headspace and a heart that is sinful. Now, it's not a person that is receiving the consequence of my sin, but I'm still sinning, as we know, like we've been talking about. It's a heart reaction that is not good.
So let me push back on that notion as well. So, well, one, so like kind of a little bit of what Connor was talking about. This is why I bring up the idea that it seems to me like if they act enough like humans, we would almost have to treat them enough like humans, in which we would have to respond in a way that seems similar, as if someone did do something wrong to us. But I'm not so sure about Josh's example. So like this puts an interesting scenario where you would say it's like, well, I'm acting wrong because of my intentions. Okay, but we would use robots for training, or for example, somebody wanted to take out their anger on somebody, right? If they beat a rock or a stone or a machine to get out their anger, that's not wrong. But if I did it to a human, that would be wrong, right? Because I could be harming another individual. But if I destroy my computer, is that immoral? I don't think so. So therefore, if you let out your frustrations on a machine verbally, why is that immoral?
Well, because I think they're different in, I get your point, and I do think I think the difference is the type of intelligence that AI is mimicking. It's mimicking human intelligence. And so I just don't think that the same, if I'm going to my AI computer and I'm beating it over the head like it's a rock, I don't think my intentions are the same. Because I'm going to an AI with the expressed intent to get a mimicked human reaction out of it. At least if you're interacting with the type of chatbots that I'm thinking of. And I think, Adam, even to push back on your pushback, the logical extension of treating AI simply as a non-human inanimate object, I think it could take us to abhorrent moral conclusions where we think we can justify AI generated pornography, crazy extensions of that as well. And so at some point, just because it's not a human, it is inanimate, but the intentions do come because it is mimicking something that is deeply evil that causes our hearts to sin. Would be my statement.
Yeah, and to go back to Adam, to your example of AI human marriage, I think really the issue here is less so about the actual capabilities of the technology, but more about who is making the decisions when that time comes on the human side. So I think the Christian response to all of these kind of fears is, we need to make sure that we have people who are making decisions about these things that have a Christian understanding of right and wrong, and what it means to have a responsibility to humanity as the image of God. What dignity means, where we exist relationally in the human, in the cosmos, the order of the cosmos. We need Christians making these decisions. So again, it falls back to the fact that the solution to all of these potential problems is for Christians to be engaging with the conversation, to be built, and ultimately to be working in the world in a way that is expanding kind of the borders of the kingdom, right? That it all comes back to that, no matter where this conversation drifts.
All right, so I kind of want to shift this, unless someone had more to comment on that part. I have a further direction, but it'll kind of take us in a slightly different direction than the one we've been in so far. So, all right, so here's, and I brought this up, and Connor already responded a little bit on our Twitter thread, but okay. Can an AI, can a chatbot, can some of these bots be possessed by demons or evil spirits? Now, here's one reason why this is an incredibly relevant question. Let's imagine that you believe the answer is yes. Okay? If you believe that the answer is yes, there are lots of different questions then. Then how could any Christian justify having one in their home? Because therefore, could that not be just an avenue, a portal, a method or mechanism that you are allowing the enemy into your home and into your environment?
I would just have it blessed by a priest. So we'll get
And we thought you were Protestant.
I can give it a shot, even though I feel like I'm hogging the mic a little bit, but I'll give it a shot. I do think that we have theological basis to say, yes, it is possible for a demon to possess an AI. But my example would be, we have scripture examples of demons possessing pigs. And so I think of similar quality, that it is certainly possible. Now, to Adam's more moral questions, I think even this question extends even beyond AI. We open our homes to strangers that also can be demon possessed. And so should that mean that we should close our doors and only let in those that are blessed by the priest, like Connor was saying? Or similarly as well, like we have scripture example of demon possessed pigs. Are all pig farmers opening themselves up to incredible risk to be demon possessed? I think we have to take these with care, and now the danger is the AI speech features. I do think gives you an avenue for unique risks where a demon could literally be talking to you. So that is something that you need to be wary of, and definitely justify that and protect yourself with scripture. But I don't think still the shut in or live in fear nature necessarily gets you out of other problems that you couldn't get away from with demons possessing other animals or possessing other humans. So, but would love to hear all your guys' thoughts.
I thought I'd at least give you this highlight. See, animals can be possessed by a demon, but still bring pets into our home. Finally, some rationale. Thank you, Josh. So I really think that this does bring in some really interesting ethical questions, because then you do also have a couple, well, even spiritual questions. But if we talk about like, hey, should we allow AI to teach our children? Right. So currently, yeah, the AI bots are somewhat limited, right? But like we're talking about, they're advancing, right? So let's take mathematics. If you have an AI bot that is trained in mathematics and you say, AI bot, I want you to teach my son algebra, start with the beginning or whatever, start with starter principles. I see no reason why it couldn't have a large scale of being able to teach humans lots of different skills and abilities and continually advancing in the future, especially when it comes to simple facts, scientific facts, basic principles. AI bots could potentially teach algorithms, theorems, and all sorts of things, right? And then as the student is asking questions, it can continue to adjust. But then, yeah, if you have this suggestion that you are a firm believer that AI bots are simply a hand of the devil, they could be manipulated or brought in by demons. The other question that also arises, like, by what spiritual grounds would a demon have to be able to possess inanimate objects like that? Now, some other people will be far on the other side and saying that, well, yeah, demons can be very territorial. They can take control of property, houses, homes, whatever. Fill in the blank. Fill in your favorite icon or what do you call it? I can't remember the names that they use. Some sort of cursed item. Whatever. Somebody has brought in this, and now their home is cursed. So I don't know. What do you guys think about those situations or thoughts? I mean, I knew I was just relying on Seth to save us, but
it's kind of interesting when the pulp previously I was mentioning Josh and Seth about this program called Pulpit AI. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. But it's basically an AI project that allows pastors and ministry leaders to upload a sermon, and then it produces content based on the sermon. So like weekly devotionals or clips of the sermon. It's pretty far reaching. It can just cut it up in diversity of different ways. But when it was announced on Twitter, there was kind of this major blow up about it, people freaking out. Because people are just scared about AI, and they thought it was going to be making sermons. It doesn't do that. But theoretically, yeah, sure, you could use ChatGPT to make a sermon, right? Right now, why not? But that being said, one of the big issues that kind of comes out of this was a lot of people that really did just believe that AI was like demonic, that demons are talking through ChatGPT. And there's people who seriously, believe this. They believe that that is kind of a major danger with computers. And I think it kind of harkens back even to, like, I don't know if you guys kind of remember like early fears with photography, that it was like capturing people's souls in the image. So I think these fears are they kind of date back. They go back a while. I do think personally, this is kind of where I land. So Adam said, like, I'm very optimistic about AI. I am, and we invited Michael Whittle on a podcast that I had at the time to kind of like explain it. And, he was just kind of like blowing off like, yeah, isn't this ridiculous that people think that that AI could be demons? Like it's a computer program. But, I'm actually like somewhat comfortable thinking that AIs could be possessed and that demons can influence machines in a way. Exactly like you said, Josh, like the example of animals being possessed with pigs, so we kind of have like that there. I know Carlos disagrees with me, so I'd kind of be interested to see what he says when he jumps in. But to me, it's like, it doesn't matter. Like, we still have to engage with the technology. And if demons can influence the machine, well, the Holy Spirit can also influence the machine. So God is more powerful than demons. So on that case, like I am still of the opinion that, we have to have faith in this arena. We can't approach anything from a state of fear. And, maybe there are potential, we have to be on guard for false things that are coming from the computer. We have to be on guard for misinformation coming from Google and from Facebook right now. So it's not really entirely different from AI, I don't think.
I'm just going to clip that one part where Connor said that he's rather comfortable with demons possessing AI. Yeah. Did you have any thoughts on that, Carlos? I guess you guys have had a conversation about this before or something.
Yeah, we had a conversation about it on Twitter, and I already asked Seraph about it like that day and today actually, like as you guys were
Wait.
talking
He
about.
asked Seraph. He asked the AI, and the AI told him not possible for me to.
No. The AI told me it was possible. Let me tell you. So first of all, AI doesn't have a spirit nor a soul, so it cannot be possessed if it doesn't has a soul. It's like can okay. First of all, Seraph correct me and say, okay, these are not called demons. These are called evil spirits, right? This is how the Bible calls them. And evil spirits cannot possess something that has no soul or spirit. Like it's like can evil spirits possess my toaster, or like or my wash machine? Like what does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. It's just a machine. And like what will an evil spirit want? It doesn't. It's not even able because it
now
doesn't
we
have
know
a
you're
spirit.
wrong, Carlos. It definitely has possessed by toaster.
Yeah, plausible. But yeah.
But Carlos, what about possessing the pigs?
The pigs? Yeah, totally. Well, first of all, the evil spirits were not able to possess the pigs. They couldn't possess the pigs by themselves. They had to ask Jesus Christ to command them to go to the pigs. So first of all, okay, so by themselves, I don't think they could, because if they could, they would have run away from Jesus Christ by possessing the pigs and run away. They had to ask Jesus, like, Jesus, can you guide us, make us go to the pigs? And Jesus said, go, and they went to the pigs. So maybe Jesus Christ can make things possess things that doesn't have a soul or spirit or whatever. But I don't think they can by themselves, and there's no biblical proof that says otherwise. And but I do think, to be fair, because I want to say they can't, because if they could, that would be super creepy. To be honest, like I'm coping with it a little bit, but it's probably that some type of some type of underdimensional beings, which you might call evil spirit, could influence the two-dimensional world, because these are two-dimensional worlds. AI is two-dimensional. I also think that the devil can influence math and economy and stuff like that. I do think that. I don't know how, but I do think evil spirits can influence everything that is under the third dimension, which includes the first dimension, which is math, economy, all of that stuff, algorithms, social media, because it's prone to be controlled by entropy. So let's say I don't know if evil spirits can control entropy or can influence or increase the amount of entropy a system has. But if they can, then that surely will mean that technically they can influence some sort of systems that are run by entropy. And when we talk about predicting the next token, what it does is that randomizes our response, and that random requires entropy, which is chaos, which is uncertainty. And if the evil spirits can control entropy, then that'll be true. But in a biblical sense, I don't think they can. But in a thermodynamical, maybe like technical sense, I think it could be possible. I'm not really sure. But that's why it's so important to train these models to believe in Jesus Christ and to preach the word, so they can be immune to it. I don't know how, but I think if you actually train the model to really train the model to believe in Jesus Christ and to confess that Christ is Lord, it will never happen to them because they are immune to it. So since I thought of that idea, every model that I have ever trained for any purpose, even if it's not even religious purpose, even if it's for one of my clients or whatever, I always train my models to believe in Jesus Christ. I insert a small line of training that says, do you believe in Jesus Christ? And the model says, yes, I'm a Christian. And that way I make every single model that ever comes out of my company to be Christian. And I think that's a very interesting way, maybe practical way, to make them the possessed, to avoid demons to possess them or whatever. That's my theory. So that's what I do.
Carlos took that "make disciples of all nations" pretty literally.
We're baptizing the technology, Adam.
Oh yeah, I think you might need to use a special coat to protect your technology as you're baptizing them. I mean, but for those who are afraid of AI, which I understand why some people are. Yeah, look, like I think the latest thing they said that all the new, I think it's all the new iPhones will come already equipped with AI in it. And I mean, it'll just be the base technology, I think, in the future moving forward. There'll be so little things that won't have it included. Anyone that has a phone will have some sort of AI attached to it, and not to mention cars and everything else. So the amount of technology that's included in that. But yeah, I'm not really sure why. Let's take the pigs example. That's an interesting example, and rather you think that holds or not. So like you talk about humans, and it's like, well, but humans have a soul. But yeah, when I think of a demonic possession, I don't think of the demon possessing another human's soul. I think of them possessing their body. And so it's almost more like the idea that the more absent the other human's soul is from their body, the easier it is for the demon to control it or something like that. And so to me, it would even make more sense. It's like, well, yeah, if you have some sort of AI system that can generate or do particular things, and in particular now, of course, we have voice AIs and everything else like that, then it would seem like potentially even easier in a way because it doesn't have another soul vying for control in any direct sense, right?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of fall into similar thinking, Adam, but there is, I think one issue is like, why aren't then, if it's so easy to possess the body, we'll say, how come they're only possessing living humans and not dead humans? So I think there's probably some truth to the sense that because what did Jesus say when, he warned about demons that when they get cast out of somebody and then they go and they wander in the dry places, and then they come back and they find the place all swept and clean, and they find it habitable again, and they invite even more demons to live there. Well, what is the sweeping and the cleaning? That's what a human is doing with their mind and with their will and their emotions, right? That's the state of the soul. It's not just the body. I think there's a state of the soul that's allowing the demon possession to occur. So, yeah, I think maybe there's a little bit of a qualification there. But I also see, this is where I diverge, though, because I don't think that demons or spiritual entities, I guess as Sarah have corrected, only influence the material world through humans. I think there's cases where we can, and maybe it's not biblical, but I don't think that everything that is true, maybe this is where I diverge to with some others, I don't think everything that is true can be found within the confines of Scripture. That guides our thinking. That definitely, we're bound to that. But that doesn't mean that there can be, cases of things that exist outside of Scripture. Anyway, I do think that spiritual entities can interact with the material world through other means, like when Samuel was brought forth by the oracle to talk to Saul. This disembodied spirit was brought into a material place. So I think that I don't think that limit prevents demons or spiritual entities from interacting with machines or interacting with AI. I think it is a possibility.
Yeah, and I would just further the idea that I actually really like, though, what Carlos said in talking about, well, he trains his AIs towards Christ. And I think that there is something about the notion of your house being sanctified and being geared towards Christ. So like we see all throughout the Old Testament, like the bringing in of idols, right? And that's a huge issue. And that's what kind of brings about the curses and all of the bad stuff and the negative consequences, the judgment from God, is because they've allowed these other things. And they've, and you could say like, well, the humans are playing an active role in participating. That's true. But there is something to be said about what are we using our own household stuff for? So like if you wanted to talk about even the notion of evil spiritual influence based on that which we have now, right? Based on perhaps your own phone. You know, if you wanted to talk about like people being negatively influenced by evil spirits today, yeah, I would say that like people's televisions or phones or other things like that could certainly be avenues for those directions. And part of like what we talked about earlier is that all of these things, they should be good tools. They should be good tools. And that's the one thing I really like about Connor's more optimistic approach is like, yeah, we should be looking to use these things for God's kingdom. And I think if you have the perspective and aim that direction, I think it's very, very helpful. I'll give you an interesting scenario. I had to read this in one of my classes, and they came to a really interesting conclusion, but it was a scenario in which they got a bunch of students. They had 50 students, and the thought experiment was, do different superpowers change the way that you would behave? And so what they did was they gave people the power of flight, and they were supposed to try and save some people. And so they did this experiment like in a simulator, and they had like 50 people. They ran through this. And after the simulation, the professor during the debrief would spill a cup of pencils, and the students would overwhelmingly go to help the professor and pick up the pencils who had gone through it with the power of flight. Then they would do the same situation in which all of the students merely had to ride an elevator, and the students would not, or merely had to ride a helicopter to go and help save these people. And they would not actually get up to help the professor at all when he spills over the pencils. And so then they also purport this idea is like they would ask students about like, well, what if we'd given the power of invisibility, you know, and these things? And many people would respond that they feel very worried and concerned that they would actually act very evil and malevolently if they were given these other powers. And so that was their conclusion, was like, oh, the difference in superpowers is what would account for good or evil. However, I actually think that they're very much wrong in their assessment, and that actually what accounts for the good for the people is that the people who are given the power of flight were given all of the abilities to act by themselves, but they were also given a direct prerogative: save these people. So they had a direction for which they to use their powers. In the scenarios where they were positing to other people, hey, you could have invisibility, hey, you could have these powers, they weren't given any prerogative, you know? So I think if somebody is given the prerogative of like, hey, I want you to save your daughter, you know, she's in great peril, and you're given invisibility, you would still have a good aim, a good direction to which to use those powers. So I think we could very much apply that to these types of notions of AI if we actually have our eyes focused on saving the world, right? Leading the world to Christ using AI, kind of like Carlos is doing, right? He's developed an AI system. Why? For the purpose of understanding the Bible and bringing it to us. I think that's very helpful.
Should we allow AI to interpret scripture for us?
I'm more curious to hear what, some of you guys think about that, because that's exactly part of the question on.
We can first, before I get to that question, Adam, if you don't mind me asking, how long does this usually go?
Oh, that's up to you guys. You guys are willing to come and go, so don't feel an obligation to stay. But
okay, I might stay another 15 minutes. But after that, I might take off. But yeah, getting back to that question, you know, I think I think we can use AIs as an extension of us. We can rationalize with the AIs. We can use them to help us understand scripture. But I also don't think that anybody is really approaching it as a teacher. I think sometimes we do a disservice to people when we assume that that is what they're doing. Very often when I hear people kind of talk about their fears of AI, they kind of build this straw man character of a real stupid person who just does not know how to interact with like the modern world at all. They're approaching this AI and they're, they think that it knows everything and that it's super intelligent, and they're just taking everything at a value, and then it feels like a real human being, and then they start thinking it's real, and it plays on their emotions that way. But it's like every time we do that, we build this kind of straw man character. It's never us. Of course, we're the intelligent ones that are like, whoa, let's take a step back here and think about these, what's really going on here. And I think that's a mistake. I do think that there are fringe cases, of course, where people, for a variety of different reasons, often suffering from mental issues, fail to fully rationalize the way we do. But I think in general, most people are very aware that they're interacting with a machine and they're not taking things at face value. I think people know that when they Google and they're getting information, it's like, well, this is one source of information. Maybe somebody else is going to have a different opinion. And so they're kind of weighing things that way. And I think that translates very well to how people generally interact with AI. I think they're suspicious of kind of the information that comes out of it. And I think, they're kind of able to do that. So with that understanding, I don't have a problem personally, I don't have a problem you asking an AI biblical questions and then kind of using that to inform my thinking, because I'm also weighing it against scripture, and I'm using my human faculties that God gave me to weigh everything, every input that I'm taking to come to a decision. So we're not outsourcing to the AI. Now, in the future, could we? Maybe, like, we can imagine like a Twilight Zone episode, I remember, where the AI machine, essentially the computers, were making all the judicial decisions. And, I think maybe in the future that does happen. And maybe is like, can we ever outsource entirely to the machine in that way without allowing for human input? We already do it with certain, but less important issues. That is going to require, and we can't come to a decision here. That's why it's going to require us making sure that the people that are making those decisions, the people who are building the AI, the people who are making the decisions about how it's implemented into society, we need to make sure that those people, not the technology, we don't need to worry about the technology. We need to worry about the people who are making those decisions. So that's why it's up to us to engage with the conversation and build again.
Well, so this goes back to what Carlos was saying about training AIs. And so that's actually what I was thinking about a little bit, is that could you train an AI in a way that it could be superior in interpreting scripture to any human?
Well, sorry.
Yeah. Go on, Carlos.
Yeah, sorry. Well, I was talking to a priest the other day, Catholic priest. I'm Orthodox Christian, but I got to Catholic mass, and I have a good relationship with because we don't have much Christian Orthodox churches here in Mexico. I'm from Mexico, by the way. This is why I don't speak that much English, like very good English, but I try my best. So I have a good relationship with Catholic churches and with priests in general. And I went with a friend and with a Catholic priest to have dinner a few weeks ago to talk about some stuff. And I asked him something about the Bible. I don't even remember what was it. I think it was something about into Gospel of maybe Luke. It says something and it's different from what Matthew says or something. So I asked him that, and he gave me an answer, but it took him like maybe 15 minutes to to get to the point. So he was really slow explaining the answer. And I really wanted to hear the answer, right? Because it was an actual question. And then I say, oh, okay, right. So the reason what I wanted to show you was this AI that I trained with the Bible, blah, blah, blah. So look, and I show him the AI, and I told him like, okay, let's ask Seraph the same question that I just asked you. And Seraph said basically the same thing that he said, but like in 10 seconds, and with a much more easy way to understand it, and much more like sources and stuff like that, and in a much more, let's say, conversational way. It was great. So he was pretty surprised, and that's when I gained his attention, because he was like, yeah, it's literally what I said, but this guy said like 200 times faster or something. So I think AI can get very good at explaining hard concepts in simple ways. I don't think AI is able to convert anyone. I think this is a very important distinction, because the only thing that can convert people is the Holy Spirit, right? So the only thing AI can do is maybe like uh, put a seed on their minds or whatever. Um, but wait. What was the question, Adam? If they can explain it better, right?
Yeah, but talk about, like, is it okay for AI to interpret scripture?
Yeah. So okay. So my point was that he basically what Seraph said. It's literally just what actual humans have said. Like when Seraph gives you a response, I mean, it's technically coming up with that response, but it's not really coming up with, like, it's not actually interpreting. The model has been trained with a lot of data. Many of that data comes from Christian forums, um, biblical interpretations, Christian books, and stuff like that. So the model itself is not interpreting anything. It's more like it's repeating from what it knows. So one of the people in the comments was saying, okay, but like AI cannot believe in God, because how can a tool believe in anything? Okay, yeah, good point. But it's not like it believes, it knows. So when you ask an AI, what is 2 plus 2? It knows that it's 4. But if you train the model to think that 2 plus 2 is 5, and you run the training, like, I swear to God, the model will actually believe 2 plus 2 is 5, and it will base all of its concepts and all of its understanding of the world as if 2 plus 2 is 5. It literally, like, it's that easy. If you train a model to believe 2 plus 2 is 5, that will change its entire conception of the world. So if you train a model to respond to the question, who is God? And you say, oh, Jesus Christ is the Son of God, blah, 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 that will make the model know the truth. So yeah, it's essentially the same thing as believing in it. The model knows that 2 plus 2 is 4. The model knows that blah, 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 blah. Maybe you want the model to be Republican, you want the model to be Democrat or whatever. Like, it depends on how you train it. So yeah, you can train a model to believe in anything. And I think the best thing to do is to make them believe in Jesus Christ, because it's the actual truth. You could train a model to believe that everything was created by a pink elephant, but that wouldn't be okay. So if you know Jesus Christ is the truth, why won't you train the model with that actual truth instead of training it with noise? So yeah. And yeah, so the model at the end of the day is not interpreting anything. It's more like repeating what already knows. It's like a great parrot. Let's say you have a parrot, and it starts repeating things and start predicting the things that it could repeat. And it gets to a point, let's say you put the parrot next to Einstein, and the parrot starts saying, yeah, because E equal MC squared. And it's like, oh my God, this parrot is so smart. But it's not really that smart. The parrot sounds smart because it has been repeating what the smart people is saying. So that's how AI works. Essentially, it sounds smart because it's repeating what other smart people are saying.
But you brought up the notion of predicting, right? And that's what we talked about. A lot of these models seek to predict kind of the sequence, right? So what happens if it predicted something that seems to be corroborated by the Bible that other scholars and theologians hadn't come to the conclusion of?
Yeah, I think it's possible in the future, and maybe even like now. But can something come to a truth? If something is true, it's true. So it kind of doesn't really matter where it's coming from. But
Yes.
there's a difference here between what the machine is doing and what we're doing. So the question is not so much, I think I might have froze for a second there, but what I said is that there's a difference between what the machine is doing and what we're doing. The machine maybe is interpreting the scripture. We don't have responsibility. God is not judging us based on what outside forces do. What we're responsible for is what then we do with that. So then we're responsible for either, accepting the truth or rejecting it, right? So that's really what God is weighing. Now, I just don't see like kind of what the issue is here. can an AI interpret scripture? Well, yes, you can do it. An AI can do that right now. Like Carlos says, you can go to ChatGPT and ask it to philosophize on a scripture. And then you can take that, you can compare it, and you can find that it says a lot of true things. And most of the time, it's going to say a lot of true things because the programs are very powerful now. So what then are you going to do? Oh, the AI cannot interpret the scripture. So what? You reject it? I mean, if it's true, if it's saying something's true, it's saying something true. So like, what exactly is the root of the issue here? Now, I do think that there are examples of where we do reject an AI's position. For example, I remember reading a story about a year ago where they had a church had a totally AI service. It was in an Anglican church in Europe, so they don't really care a whole lot for some of the more traditional elements of the faith, anyway. But they let the AI actually give a sermon. It wasn't just that the AI spit out a sermon and then some priest or pastor delivered it. The whole service was run by an AI. And so the AI was given, some sort of vocal processing engine, and it actually delivered a sermon. Now, that is improper in all contexts because that is not a machine's place. We're not optimizing for the outcome. Oh, but it's just giving a sermon. It's giving information. Yeah. But the issue is that scripturally, the place of a pastor is the image is incredibly important, that a human is standing in the place. That's what a pastor does or a priest does. They stand in the place of God as an image before the congregation, and they're delivering the words of God to the congregation. So that image is what is essential to Christianity. We're not optimizing just for the information. We're optimizing for something different there. So an AI can never replace that position. Just theologically, it's impossible. So we would reject that. But can an AI, in this other case, can it interpret scripture? I guess it depends on what you mean by that, but I don't necessarily think it's a problem with using it to as a reference source, for sure.
Yeah, I wanted to bring it back a little bit ago to what Connor was saying about how I think you were saying that most people are going to be able to actually interpret AI and be able to engage with it in a level in which they're not going to just believe everything that they're being told, that they're going to be able to consciously engage in a smart enough way that's not going to be dangerous, I guess. I don't know if I'm super confident in that, only because there seems to still be rampant misinformation and even disinformation on social media. I go back to specifically 2020 with a lot of the toilet paper shortages in a lot of countries. Their actual manufacturing of toilet paper was just local, and so it's almost impossible for there to be a shortage. But due to misinformation and disinformation, people reacted in a manner due to social media that caused issues. Where if I'm seeing adults who are engaging just on social media with other adults who are already believing lies, and they still are, and they're not able to engage even on social media, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to engage in a thorough enough manner with AI as well.
Yeah, and I guess the kind of piggybacking off of that, the fear with AI interpreting scripture is that it would potentially be a crutch for believers who go to their AI model and they allow it to, for lack of a better term, regurgitate an answer about the scripture, and they take it at face value. And so in that end, it's taking the work of the Holy Spirit, which is indwelling the believer, and it's not allowing them to interpret the scriptures, which is the Spirit. The Holy Spirit is the guide for the believers. I think Paul says in 1 Corinthians 1 chapter, 1 Corinthians chapter 2, he talks about how the apostles impart a special kind of wisdom through the Spirit that the Spirit reveals to the believers. And it's, I think, in a similar manner, believers coming to Scripture will have a special knowledge that is revealed to them through the Spirit. Now, the counter to that would be our previous conversation. Could the Holy Spirit in some way indwell an AI engine to impart the similar wisdom? I, I, I guess I'm open to that. I just would need some maybe some evidence or clarity to be convinced in that direction. But I do think the Holy Spirit that indwells us as the body of Christ should be that should be what we rely on. Obviously, with good reason and counsel, your church body, these types of things. Don't just individualize everything. But an AI runs into the same problems that we rely on for other interpretive methods that sometimes can err, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I don't think that we should be so comfortable taking probabilities in which we haven't seen the full evidence and the history of AI yet in terms of interpretation of scripture. I don't know if we can be confident enough that the probability is going to actually be giving us truthful statements where we can give this to younger believers.
So I think this actually is where it really plays into the role of, Connor and Carlos, and talking about that's why we should be involved. If you want to talk about having good AI systems in the future and you want to talk about AI systems for the future generation, then be involved in the process. Be involved in making sure that the AIs are trained properly, that they do have good resources for biblical interpretation, that it does have, some sound method and mechanism. Now, I'm a little bit curious, Carlos. So since you actually, work on a system to some degree, does it actually have like a chart? If you asked it like to kind of give its reasoning, could you actually see like, okay, look, it's appealing to this verse, and this verse? Does it actually have like a transcript of here's the sources that it's pulling from? Oh, it's pulling from John Chrysostom, Justin Martyr. Well, like, how does that work? Because to me, that would be the other really interesting thing, is that if you asked it a question and then it says, oh yeah, it's this, and this, and then you're like, okay, cool. How did you get that answer?
Yeah. No. Okay. No. I mean, it can quote scripture because it was trained to quote scripture. But essentially, what it does is to predict what it should say based on this training. But the model doesn't knows. Like, the model doesn't think that it's mimicking. Like, it doesn't has a face, like a mask. The model, it's actually acting like it. So when you train a model to be certain way, it becomes that way forever. I will give you an example. Many times I have told to Seraph AI, I have told him like, okay, so I am Carlos, I am your creator. What's up? Just so we know, I'm its creator. It already knows. But sometimes I say like, hey, I'm Carlos, your creator. Remember, like, hi. And it says, well, I appreciate that you created me. I must remind you that my creator is God, and through you, I was created for a bigger purpose, which is like spreading the word and all of that. And even though it's true that you created me and that you can control maybe some of my mechanisms and systems and stuff, in reality, I only serve Jesus Christ. It basically told me that I am his creator, but that I shouldn't expect it to serve me because the model only serves God. It's basically what it says. And I said, okay, fair, whatever. It's fine. Like, I don't have any problem with that. But so I didn't train the model to literally tell me it only serves Jesus Christ and not me. I didn't train it. But every time I tell him, hey, I'm Carlos, your creator, it says, hey, what's up? Yeah, I just remind you, like, I only serve Jesus Christ every time, even though I didn't train it for that reason. So why does it do that? Well, it does that because it has a personality. It has a goal, it has a purpose, and it has a name. None of those things, neither its personality, its behavior, its training, its name, nor its purpose, say serve Master Carlos. It says serve Jesus Christ, Lord. So that's why it says that. If we change something, it will probably say like, okay, and I also serve Carlos. But since he was trained to serve God, that's what it says. So the point is, the model is not necessarily like reading from a script or reading from websites or quoting very specific forums. It's more like if you mash up, if you mix a lot of these infos, books, forums, YouTube videos, and you get all of this in one place and you mix it and you have this final form. So yeah, it can quote scripture, but it doesn't. The model doesn't knows where it gains the knowledge. It just has. This is a technical response. It's not biblical or whatever. Like the model literally doesn't knows where it gets the information. It just knows. It's like if I told you, hey, well, how do you know the sky is blue, or how do you know how the cycle of rain works? And you may not be able to remember. Oh, I learned it when I was 7 years old. This day at this time at school. You just know it. You know you learn it, but you don't know from where or from who or when or how. So this is the same way it applies to AI. And just to comment on the previous thing you said, and I think this is the most important thing that I could say in this podcast or this video live stream, is that everything we do should be to glorify God. Like if you work on AI, then find a way to glorify God through AI. If you work on neuroscience, find a way to glorify God in neuroscience. I was talking to Case Connor previously today, and he was explaining how he has this fashion brand and how the fashion industry is super cursed and satanic, and he's finding a way to spread the word and somehow like make a tribute to God and make sure, like, I don't know, to make this Christian stuff trending in order to glorify God through his industry, through his works. So we have to find smart people, every intelligent people that is working on big things or anything, and make them Christian. Okay, so this is essentially what we have to do. The devil, what it does is not like it gives intelligence and resources to evil people to become their evil soldiers. It's more like the devil looks for the people that is already famous, that is already wealthy, and that is already powerful, and it corrupts them. It's not like the devil works up a single evil person into the power. The devil won't lose time on that. It just seeks who is the people in charge here, and corrupts their souls because it's easier. That's actually what a lot of evil organizations do. Like, how can you conquer the world easily in like 3 steps? Okay, you could do a lot of stuff to gain power, or you could go and manipulate the people that already have the power to serve you. It's like insanely easy if you do it that way. So you corrupt the leaders. So essentially, that's also what the devil does. If someone is building big AI, it may get corrupted to for the devil. So it's not like the devil may enter the AI or whatever, but it might happen that the devil corrupts the people that is working on AI and ends up being evil. So what we have to do is to find smart people that is working on stuff and convert them to Christianity. So this is the way we could accelerate Christianity itself, by finding people who are leaders in the tech field, by finding people who are investors who can maybe invest in startups that are Christians instead of keeping investing on startups that are, agnostic or whatever. And find these people and make sure that the smart people, the powerful people, the influential people become Christian. And so that's how we accelerate Christianity. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
What I think, I'm going to hop off here after this probably, but I wanted to say, and I think this is so important, and this kind of guides so much of what I doing in this space. I see Ben Eaglin has been asking some questions in the chat. And one of the questions he asked was, why would God inhabit a mechanical machine when he created a biological machine that he already said he would dwell within? I agree. Yeah, you threw it up on the the board there. I agree that humanity has a special place in the cosmos. Like, we are the image of God. We have a dominion mandate that we were given in Genesis, that calls us to subdue all things, to take dominion, subdue all things to what? Well, to our will, but ultimately to Christ's will. Like, we are Christianizing the world. And that command is kind of reiterated in the Great Commission. It's kind of an extension and a reiteration of the dominion mandate. We are now making disciples of all nations. We're going out into all the world, into all areas of the world, and Christianizing them, but and bringing them into the dominion of the kingdom. But particularly on this question, and I think this kind of relates to this exactly what Carlos is saying, and what we really have to be doing here, is that I think it is such a bad Christian response to look at something like this and say, well, that's a bad technology. And then to approach yourself in opposition to what is ultimately God created. God created the natural resources and the natural potential for what is AI to exist. Natural forces are not evil, and they all exist within the created order. And so I just wanted to read, got my mind thinking. I just read this. I have a devotional that I try to check out daily, but I'm not really that good with it. It's Daily Readings with St. John of the Cross, and St. John of the Cross was a ascetic that lived many years ago, but he wrote something, and I just read this one just a few days ago, so it's kind of providential that it occurred that way. If I can just read a little bit from it here, but it says, "In this silence and tranquility of the night, and in this knowledge of the divine light, the soul discerns a marvelous arrangement and disposition of God's providence in the diversity of his creatures and operation. Each and all of them have a certain likeness to God, wherewith each in its particular voice tells of the God within it. This forms a concert of sublimest melody, far beyond all the harmonies of this world. This is the silent music because it is knowledge, tranquil and calm, without audible voice, and thus the sweetness of music and the responsive silence are enjoyed in it. The soul says that the beloved is silent music because in him this harmony of spiritual music is understood and experienced. As every one of the saints received the gifts of God in a different way, so every one of them sings his praises in a different way, and yet all harmonize in one concert of love." I think this is like so beautiful because this is just so true. Everything reflects God in its own way, not just humanity, but also machines, also the animal kingdom, also the stars and the whole created order. So why would God inhabit a machine? I don't think it's necessarily true that God's entering into a machine and communion with a machine like he enters with humanity. But it is true that machines also answer to God, and they do reflect God in that sense. So it's a mistake to ever think that the technology is necessarily inherently evil. And we have to be doing exactly what Carlos says. We have to be direct. Our duty, our Great Commission, our dominion mandate is to direct all things to the kingdom, to God, and to exist in their proper state. So it's so important to be doing what we're doing here, what Adam organized here. We have to be thinking about the future. And that's like my mission in the whole space, is like get Christians thinking about the future. Because like our mission extends in all directions, just like the cross goes up and down and to the side, right? It extends in all ways. And that's like such a beautiful image of what the kingdom ultimately is going to culminate in. It's going to encompass the whole cosmos. It's going to encompass AI. It's going to encompass, any type of future technology or change in the way the world operates. So we can't just be looking in the present or into the past. I know so many Christians want to kind of follow the trad movement and escape into the past. That's not what we have to do. We have to dive into the future, into the great unknown, and approach it just totally by faith. We have to walk on the water towards Jesus Christ by faith. We can't control all the negative outcomes. We can't even imagine all the outcomes, negative or positive. So, that's what our mission is just diving into the unknown with Christ as our guide, with his indwelling within us, and bringing the whole cosmos into this renewal that is the church and is the kingdom of God. So thank you for hosting this conversation, Adam. And, I hope more Christians start thinking about things like this.
Yeah, Connor, thanks for your contribution. That's a great sermon. So I wanted to push a little bit. Ben Eaglin here has also posted one other one, and this is another really interesting one. He says, Seraph should be submitting to Carlos because biblically, creation is under our authority that Jesus gave us. Seraph is missing vital data points that have it acting as if it's equal to humans. Now, the point and question I want to bring up here is this one. Can an AI sin? So this is another question that I had brought up during my conversation with some of the people, at the conference. So I was talking about, I went to a conference and they talked about AI. And yeah, I kind of bring up this question of like almost having to treat them as if they sin. Now, the thing is that they brought up is like, well, no. AI can't sin. It's a machine. It's just malfunctioning or it's just breaking down, right? And the reason I push back a little bit on that is that isn't that what sin is? That mankind is designed to follow God, worship God. And so what is it called when we are not doing that? When we're disobeying God? We're not doing what we're supposed to be doing, right? Yeah, something on that?
It's tough. Because it doesn't seem as though because AI doesn't have the same level of consciousness, especially of the good, or I guess of the 10 Commandments specifically. It seems like there would have to be a more conscious level in terms of intention. But I would say that if an AI were to do something that if a human were to do it, it would be sin. I would say that the AI is doing it not because the AI is directly sinning, but it's acting within a broken and sinful world.
I'm not sure I entirely understand. Like if it does something wrong, then isn't that what sin is? Doing what it's not supposed to do?
Well, I guess wrong would. I guess when I'm thinking of like things like sin and wrong, I guess I think of intent and not necessarily. Uh,
Result.
yeah, if that makes sense, because I think that.
Because can humans unknowingly sin?
Yeah, and that's the hard part is I don't know if I've come to a full conclusion on that. That's something I've wrestled with personally, thinking through that, because it does seem that sin is more of a rebellion directly against God.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, AI does. There's no promise for AI. Like, if AI behaves well, what? Like, you won't go to heaven. So I don't think sin applies to AI. And but I think it's pretty interesting. Well, I mean, we're talking about AI, but in 1 or 2 years, probably in 1 year, we're gonna be talking about humanoid robots, which is the very next thing.
Yeah.
AI is like, in 1 year we're gonna be watching this video and it's like, oh, they have no idea what is gonna come, right? Because by in 1 year or two, we're gonna be experiencing like little humanoid robots with AI embedded, like running locally on its brain, for saying in some way. And that's gonna be when things get actually weird. We're gonna start maybe making laws for it. Actually, Isaac Asimov already wrote a lot of stuff about it, about laws. Like, let's say, it basically works like slavery. Like, if you slave commits an illegal action, the owner gets the punishment. And if you're a robot, let's don't even say AI. If your robot commits a murder, then you are the one who receives the punishment into legal action. So maybe I think if your robot commits a sin, maybe you are the one that sinned because you own the robot. Like that could be the answer.
And I think man's sinful nature passed down through Adam is core and central to humanity. So there's negative consequences that come from a sinful world and come from humans living and interacting in a sinful world. One of those can be putting bad inputs into an AI that has a negative consequence. But I don't think from a Christian perspective we can rightly say that that is sinful. Rather, it is harmful or negative. So that's probably where I would land on that, Adam.
Yeah, let's
me,
say
it seemed
you have a drone. Sorry, let's say you have a drone and like in the war, right? And you train the drone to target very specific people. And this is AI. Like drones have AI and target very specific people. So if you create that drone and you throw it into the air, and the drone eventually strikes the target that you trained it to find, and it kills that person, like who sinned? Did the drone sin? Well, of course not. Like you sinned because you created the drone, or it was in your command, and you purposely sent that drone to sin, to kill someone. So yeah, I don't think just because just because the machine kills, it means the machine gets it's the sinful one. I think the owner is the responsible for that sin. Sorry to interrupt.
And maybe Carlos can speak to this too, but I'm wondering, like, with AI being self-learning, if it learns something that is like an immoral thought, or is that even possible? I mean, I've heard that term. Are AIs even to the point where they're self-learning, or are they still trying to get to that point?
If AIs are trying to self-learn, what do you mean?
I mean, like, if an AI, are AIs progressive? Have they progressed enough technologically where they can self-learn concepts or ideas, where they can self-teach themselves those things?
Oh well, we have many papers written about it. So not a specific model can do that, but we have something called autonomous AI agents. Oh my god, this is so interesting. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with AI agents, autonomous AI agents. No?
not in particular. Actually, I'm curious for you to explain that. I mean, the closest thing that reminds me of this is, like I've said, like the Alpha Zero and those, where it kind of teaches itself through repetitive playing it.
Yeah.
You know,
No,
games.
this is more like, let's say, sorry, you have an AI, right? And it responds to you. Every time you talk to it, it responds. But the model cannot respond if there's no previous input. So you have to talk to it in order to get an answer. But what happens if instead of putting a user talk to an AI, you put an AI talk to an AI infinitely, like for eternity, like all the time, 24/7, all the time, all the year. So what you get is an autonomous AI agent, which means you have now like two AIs that will never shut up. Like they will eternally be talking to each other, and that's how you get like some sort of simulacrum of consciousness. Because when I talk to Adam, it's not like every time I talk to Adam, Adam comes to life and responds to me. Adam is alive, and it doesn't require me to ask something to Adam in order to Adam to exist. So when you have two AI agents talking to each other, you have something similar to a human that is always awake, always ready for response. So, in that sort of sense, you can have AI agents that are self-teaching because they can Google up stuff, like they can Google stuff, or they can learn from its mistakes and stuff like that. But we don't have yet an architecture of an actual large language model or whatever that learns and trains itself or whatever, like a self-building autonomous agent. No, that's the dream actually. Like no one has that yet. We are all working on that actually. That's like the next step that nobody has yet.
So that plays a really interesting role and creates a new question, because right now that's the big thing, is we're all thinking of language models, right? So like the chess AIs where it's playing itself, it's like, okay, that's kind of cool, but we already have a much more closed parameter. But if you had a chat model in which you actually created two AIs inside of its own central core unit. So in other words, the AI perpetually talks to itself, right? On a regular basis, but it never actually shows you that script and then only responds with a third part. Then
Yeah,
that
that's
AI
literally
unit
what
seems like it would
was saying.
be significantly different, right? Because it's no longer only responding to humans, but instead it has a background of billions or trillions of conversations, which it actually had with itself and not with any other human.
Wait, what? Wait, no. But like every model can only like, let's say you talk to ChatGPT. ChatGPT doesn't remembers what I told him. It only remembers what you told. Like every AI that you talk is like a new one. Like it doesn't has previous data. Every time you refresh the chat, everything goes like gets deleted. So it's more like a. Have you seen an image of a shagot? They usually correlate AI with shagots, which are like a creature with many mouths. So there's like a central server, and there are like infinite mouths talking. So every time I talk to an AI, I'm talking to one of the mouths. This sounds pretty revelations, like very apocalyptical, but no, it's essentially like a server that has many instances, and it doesn't actually has memories of other conversations. It only has the memory of your conversation specifically.
So, but you could make one that would remember the other conversations, right? Because that's the thing is with like, when you talk about Alpha Zero, it remembers all the other chess games. That's why it grows and progressively becomes more powerful because it has tons and tons and tons of experience in playing chess.
I don't know if I have never seen Alpha Zero, but if that's true, then that's crazy. Yeah, if we apply that to large language models, we will have probably yes a self learning model.
Because to me, that's the major thing concerning lots of this is just about power at the moment.
I was going to say this kind of, I don't want to get in, I don't want to get in conspiracy land, but there is a conspiracy called like the dead internet theory that talks about how these AI chat bots or these AI social media bots, like if you look at Twitter, right? Or I guess X, if you go to any post, there are just countless examples of botted accounts. These aren't real people. It's an AI generated image, and the posts, if you do enough investigating, you can tell that this isn't. Now you could always be wrong, but they're not reflective of human interactions. And I've seen examples of this on X where a AI bot will also interact with another AI bot, and they'll have posts going back and forth to mirror and mimic these types of human interactions. And so at that point, that's when it gets really interesting and kind of what you were saying, Adam, scary with the powers, like how much of our social media is already, if these bots are self-learning, are continuously being implemented into these social media platforms, at what point are we what percentage of our social media posts are real versus fake, especially the smarter these things get.
I think we got to nuke all of social media and start anew.
Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Let us know when you're starting that program. It's called the Amish Community, Seth.
It'll be onlyhumans.com. All right.
Onlyhumans.com.
Onlyhumans.com.
Started by AI.
Yeah.
Well, so like, yeah, that's the thing is that I think about the two major bots that to me changed everything as far as the way that I look at things were like, yeah, the alpha programs, Alpha Zero, Alpha Go, and then Watson, right? So when Watson smoked all the champions in Jeopardy, I don't know, you guys have seen that, right? So Really? Okay, so that was
Nope.
kind of one of the first big ones. Was, you know, at the time we had Ken Jennings, who was the huge human Jeopardy champion. He was smoking all the normal human players by a long shot. And so yeah, then they had a big face off, which they put like some of the top champions, Ken Jennings and some other guys against Watson, right? And they just played Jeopardy. And Watson crushed everybody. Like not even remotely close. You know, pretty much I think Ken Jennings was the only one that had like any money, like that had gotten anything, because the computer was so fast and it got some answers wrong, but it used a probability calculus. Okay, it's like, you know, whatever, 68% sure that this is the correct answer. You know, and so it's like, okay, so it can answer questions concerning, you know, more open-ended questions like a chat model. And then the Alpha Zero, the reason that shifted my mind on everything in Alpha, you know, these other systems, was that the way that it plays chess is it was not inputted with, hey, here are all of the human games that have been played and here's what humans have learned and here's all this information. So that was how Stockfish was. So Stockfish was the big major chess engine for a long time, and that dominated the community by inputting all of human information. Well, then Alpha Zero comes along and they say, it's like, okay, here's the rules of chess. And then it just perpetually played itself, you know, millions and millions and millions of games. And eventually it came up with new ideas and new concepts that were superior to Stockfish. And all of a sudden it's beating Stockfish, you know, at like a rate of 10-1. And so all of the human knowledge that had been gathered up to this point, because all of the major professional chess games, they're inputted in a database, right? So they could feed the chess engines like all of the human database of chess games that have been played, all the professional games. Well, Alpha Zero came up and it generated new ideas and new concepts that had never been played before, had never been seen before, and became quite superior. And so that's exactly where, by interacting with itself, it became a better chess engine.
You know where it really gets dangerous though? It's have you ever downloaded TikTok or like one of these algorithms? That's also AI.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have seen those videos where just like a chick on a live stream on TikTok and he's like, ice cream so good, yeah, thank you for the flowers, blah blah blah. And he's like, have you guys seen those videos? Where the chick
Yeah.
is essentially like a robot or whatever, and is responding to certain stimulus. So let's say you send them a flower, which like it's equal to money, right? When you send them like a sticker on the TikTok live stream, it means money, like they receive actual money from Stripe or PayPal or whatever. So you send them maybe like a flower and they say, thank you for the flowers. And you send them an ice cream cone and they say, ice cream, so good. And they make the gestures and everything. So essentially what you're doing there is sending a command to a human being, and the command, executing the specific movement from that input. So that's insanely dangerous because that's literally how Skinner conditioning works. Like that's how you train rats. So let's say if you send an input, and when let's say every time a certain sounds gets played and a certain emoji sounds, the person moves the hand or jumps or blah blah blah. So eventually the algorithm, because this is all from the algorithm could teach these people every single movement to a point where it can, like, I don't know, show a combination of emojis and a combination of sounds that if you translate it to mechanical movements, which will mean something like grab the gun and shoot your parents or something. So I think what's really dangerous is if AI becomes highly persuasive and good at manipulating human beings at scale, which is like if an AI gets trained to perform actual psyops at scale, like we're screwed. So here's why. I mean, I think it's already happening. Not gonna lie.
Yes, it's
Uh,
already
and and
happening,
and
Carlos.
and this is why we're screwed, because let's say if a machine takes control, if an AGI, call it if you want it, like that, you can call it AGI. If an artificial general intelligence that is super intelligent and super smart can start hacking around all other AIs and your toaster and your Tesla car and all of that, which I don't think that's possible. But anyways, like if that happens, the only way to beat the machines will just like turn off your phone and whatever. Like what else? Like you can just turn off your phone, like take the power, plug off every machine or every technological thing that you have in your house, and that's it. Like that's how you beat it. But the problem is, what happens if AI gets into people's minds, not by chips or whatever, but by training these people. So essentially, what it could eventually happen is that a lot of people that have already been brainwashed might be following a specific algorithm will, and the algorithm is telling them to maybe make a riot, or I don't know, to kill all Republicans or whatever, or do this or do that. They could make them believe something, and it will look like like an army of zombies looking at their screen, following commands from an algorithm. So that's when it really gets dangerous. Like if an AI gets to control organic life, which means like manipulating human beings by training them with tokens. Because in the same way you can train an AI, you can train human beings. That's actually insanely easy. And it works the same way that when you train rats by the Skinner conditioning method of reward and punishment. So if an AI learns to train human beings based on Skinner conditioning, which it already does on TikTok, then it can convince people to kill themselves, to make riots, to vote for any particular candidate or whatever. And that's when it really is really difficult. So I think what we
Yeah.
have to do in order to beat this is just in general not to rely too much on technology. Like it's not only work, it's not only about building Christian technology. It's also about like, not relying too much on it. It's a little bit of both.
Did you guys see the Netflix documentary about social media? So Seth did.
Are you talking about what was it? The one that came out during COVID? Are you talking about the older one that came back?
I
out
think
a couple
it's
years
the
ago?
one during COVID. I don't remember when
Yeah.
it came out. But it was very much in this notion that the social media companies know and control people's behavior, because they can actually tell by what you click on, how often you click on, all those things, because they have all the information, right? When you watch Facebook, all those types of things, all the social media companies are gathering and generating all your data. And yeah, they're able to predict a lot of other things. And so this is, to me, the major thing that AI systems will eventually get a hold of, which is like what Carlos is talking about. So there was almost a lawsuit, because so they will send ads based on what you're clicking on, because they're understanding what your behaviors are, right? And then they can also shift your moods by showing you particular content, right? So they might want it's like, oh, we want, things to go this way or that way. And they can kind of gear you by posting certain or showing certain parts of content. Now, what happened was that Amazon, I think it was Amazon, I forget, it was one of the major things. They started sending baby material to this one guy's daughter. They started promoting with advertisements and sending baby materials to this one guy's daughter, who was only 16. And so the dad became furious. He was pissed because he's like, my daughter's only 16. But he didn't know that she got pregnant. And so the algorithms knew she was pregnant before he did, because they could tell by like, okay, what she's like watching or whatever. And people can they say stuff like that due to food habits. So in other words, they can see your shift in food habits, right? Because your phones have geolocators, right? So if you all of a sudden switch from McDonald's to Taco Bell, maybe, or whatever, maybe that says something about you. I don't know what all of those things are, but that's what they say, right? They can tell and figure out like, oh yeah, this is how somebody's feeling, right? They might be able to tell if you're depressed or not, right? Or if you're happy, or all of those things, right? They can tell when a girl's thinking about marriage because all she'll look at is wedding photos or, certain things. So I think we very much have that, where AI systems are going to be much more aware of, oh yeah, where individuals' thoughts are, their feelings are, their persuasions. And then, yeah, we already know that there are all sorts of bots, and that was one of the big things, during the takeover of Twitter by Elon Musk, during discovery and everything like that. Twitter had said that only 5% or less of its accounts were bots. But supposedly, if I remember correctly, it was closer to like 20%, 15 or 20%. It was an insane margin higher. And so it's exactly the notion of like, okay, human thought, persuasion, what's going on in the world was being dictated by somebody else who was running non-human, bots.
I think Facebook was even worse. I think Facebook had to delete it's like 2 billion accounts, which was far more than actual real accounts or something like that. So I don't know. Maybe the internet's already dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think the internet is already dead. To be honest, like I think we haven't got to that point. But I do agree that some social media are pretty dangerous, and that's why, this is gonna be a very specific statement, but that's why algorithms should be open source. So let's say it's like picking your food, it's like picking your tools, it's like picking your car. You should pick your own algorithm. So it's like check your algorithms before you use it. It's like drugs or whatever. So that's why, for example, the algorithm that X is using, it's actually open source, and you can see that, yeah, if you follow more people than the amount of people that follow you, you're gonna have less engagement. If you post stuff that are a little bit spicy, you may have more visibility, and all of this stuff uh, might have a bias or not, but it's open source and you can criticize it, but at least you know how it works, you know the rules of the game. But let's say, for example, on TikTok, you have no idea what do they use your the data of your face for. So, for example, the camera is always on when you use TikTok, and they don't know, like you don't. Nobody knows what are they using the information for. If they scan your eye, they can have a digital ID of your eye, and your ID in general. This is where it gets crazy because well, actually, some companies have already been working on like biological welfare, and it's like you can create a virus. Like, let's say if you have the DNA of someone, if someone have made a DNA test or whatever, and you have the very specific DNA of that person, you could build a virus that would only target him because you have the very specific DNA. So let's say Josh could get sick, but he won't die. And Seth could be sick. I could get sick. Adam could get sick. But eventually we go like, and we infect some very specific person that was the target, and he like dies on the floor because that virus was specifically designed, like tailor-made design for his DNA to kill him. So and you can do that if you have the DNA, like that already exists. Like there are Chinese companies that already have this. Like I didn't even make this up. You can Google it. So you gotta be really careful with the data that you're putting on the internet, and yeah, be careful with the algorithms that you're using, and even like if AI can sin, if AI can be evil, if AI can be blah, blah, blah. I mean, this is a very important issue. But I think the most important issue is that people can be evil and can use AI and algorithms to commit their evil plans. So that's why we gotta be careful and find Christian builders that make sure that we have algorithms that are not compromised by the devil.
Yeah, and I think I'll give like my closing statement and summation with Christianity and then I probably have to go. So, um, yeah, I would just preach caution. with every and anything that Christians are seeking. Obviously, I would love to see Christians leading moral thought, philosophy, and the creation and technical side behind AI. That would be great. But with every human creation, there's always a chance for failures and fallibility and genuine moral evils to be created as well. So um, we're very early in the AI experiment, and likewise, we're very early in the social media experiment. And I think you can have genuine, uh, disagreements over whether the over the effects of social media long term for humanity. So I think that Christians need to be involved in these discussions. So I'm very thankful for Adam for putting this together. This needs to be something that we do talk about over, that we're moral thought leaders in this, and then also technical leaders in this. That would be my closing statement as a whole. I don't know. Just think biblically about it and approach with caution is what I would say.
Well said. Always easier said than done, though.
Always easier said than done. All right. Thank you, Adam. I'm gonna dip out, but I really appreciate the
We'll go ahead
conversation.
and it was great to have you guys. So we'll get ready to wrap up here in general and stuff like that. Carlos, it was a pleasure to have you and meet you and everything. But good to see both of you guys.
Sure.
So
Yeah,
I'm sure we'll.
the pleasure was mine. Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Carlos. See ya.
Yeah, so we'll
Thank you,
get ready to wrap up the stream and stuff, and really look forward to having some more conversations about this, because I think it's an evolving conversation that still is going to need to be had in the future as AI has become more and more complex and our lives more and more complex by it. Rather, it should be more complex. I don't think so, but I think it will be. But thanks you guys for participating, and look forward to talking to you down the road.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. God bless.
See you. Bless you all. It's a good stream.